Hello and welcome to a brand new project video. In this video, we are going to make use of the latest features of Next.JS, Prisma ORM. We are going to be making use of the OpenAI API as well as MongoDB database. We obviously use TypeScript for authentication. We are going to make use of the NextAuth library, making use of the Github provider, and we're going to make use of Next.JS Middleware to protect all our pages. Now let's have a demo of the application we're going to be building. Once we have an authenticated user, we are going to have this icon over here where we display the user details and also a button to sign up. We can also not visit the authentication page. If we are authenticated as a user, we get kicked back to the home page. And let's have a demo of how creating a project works. We can create a project with the name of shop and then have a description and click on create. Now this is going to create a project. In order for us to have a preview, we just go on to reload the application. And once the application reloads, we are going to see our table with the name of shop. We have a description and a created at. We can also edit this project, and once you click on edit, you see that our project gets edited. Once we reload, you see that the name changes from shop to shop e-commerce, and clicking on this is going to take us to the project details page. Now the project details page is where we can go on to create new project boards and create new features. So over here you see the project name as well as the description. Once you click on this plus icon, we go on to create a new project board with the name of to do, and we just reload our page and then we see the newly created project board to do. And we can also go on to create another project board. In this case, we can just say in progress like this, and then we click on add board. And also once it's successful, the form goes away, we just reload the page, and then we're going to see our newly created project board. It also has this drag and drop feature where we can be able to change the order of our project board, and we can also create features within a project board. So I'm going to create this feature of create home page and give it a description of home page layout, and then I'm just going to choose a finish date for this feature and click on create feature. Now this feature is going to be created under the to do, because we created it under the to do project board like this. Now we see this feature here. We can obviously move the feature to in progress, and we don't just do this on the front end, we also do this on the back end to persist page reloads. And then we have our AI prompt section where we can go on to type a prompt to AI, so OpenAI API, and then we get back a response that we can display on our screen. So in this case, I'm just going to prompt it to give me JavaScript project ideas, and once we execute, we see this loading spinner, and once we have a successful result, we see display on the screen. So this is the result that we get from OpenAI, and these are the project ideas that OpenAI gives to us. So this is the application we are going to be building. If you like it, please do go on and like the video. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And we are going to be getting started with Next.js together. We can sign out. Let's not waste any more time and let's get started. Alright, so let's get started, and I'm going to run the command npx create next app and go to templates of TypeScript like this. And if you notice, I'm already navigated into my desktop. So first you would navigate to a directory on your machine where you'd like to create this project, and then I can give it a name of project manager. Yes for TypeScript, yes links Tailwind CSS, yes for the source app router, no. And this is going to go on and install the different dependencies that our project is going to need. So it's going to take a while for these dependencies to be installed. Hence, I'm going to fast forward and be back once it's done installing. Alright, welcome back. Our project is done installing. So I'm going to cd into the project manager, and open it with Visual Studio Code. So using the code dot command. And here we have the project. And before we preview, I'm just going to quickly do some cleanup. And, first I'm going to get rid of everything, not everything. We still need all of these for Tailwind CSS. And come over to the page. I'm also going to get rid of everything we have here. And for now, I'm just going to return home like this. And I'm going to save this. Come over to the layout.tsx. And in the layout, I'm just going to get rid of this class name we have here. Get rid of the font import. Okay, and for title, I'm just going to give this a title of Project Manager. And for the description, I'm going to give it a description of, you can just say manage your project, or, it could be anything for your project. And in the body tag here, I'm going to have this main tag. And for class names, I'm going to give this main tag a margin left of 64, a padding y of 20, and a padding on the x-axis of 6. And the reason why I'm giving it this much margin left is because of the side navigation. So we're going to see the side navigation, and over here we can have this side navigation, and somewhere here we can also go on to have the header component. So let's save this and let's quickly preview our application. So npm run dev is going to start up our application on localhost 3000, and then we can preview our application. All right, so this is our loaded application. We see home, and then we see the space left for our header and also for our side navigation. All right, so let's go on, and next let's work on our side navigation. Okay, so in our source folder, I'm going to create a components folder, and inside these components, I'm going to create a side nav folder. Just going to expand this. And next, I'm going to create a side nav.tsx file, okay? Like this. All right, so this is our side navigation. And what are we going to do next? I'm going to create a side nav.tsx file, okay? Like this. All right, so this is our side navigation. And what are we going to do next? We can quickly render this side navigation here. So I'm just going to import this side navigation. All right, and for the JSX of this side navigation, we're going to have these class names. So fixed, and we're going to take it, position it top 0, left 0, give it a Z index of 40, a width of 64, and a height of screen. So this width of 64, because here we give it a margin left of 64, so that it matches. And if you hover on it, you see that this is a width of 16 rem. Okay, and a padding top of 20, a BG white, and a okay. So in our source folder, I'm going to create a components folder, and inside these components, I'm going to create a side nav folder. Just going to expand this. And next, I'm going to create a side nav.tsx file, okay? Like this. All right, so this is our side navigation. And what are we going to do next? We can quickly render this side navigation here. So I'm just going to import this side navigation. All right, and for the JSX of the side navigation, we're gonna have these class names. So fixed, and we're gonna take it, position it top 0, left 0, give it a Z index of 40, a width of 64, and a height of screen. So this width of 64, because here we give it a margin left of 64, so that it matches. And if you hover on it, you see that this is a width of 16 rem. Okay, and a padding top of 20, a BG white, and a border R, that's to the right. And because we have a border, we can go on to give this a border gray of 200. All right, and for HTML semantics, we can just go with aside. Okay, so we can just use the aside tag here. And then we need this div. Okay, and this div, we can give it a class name of, height full, because we gave this aside a height of screen. So height full means it's going to be also 100%. And this is padding bottom of 4 and overflow y of auto and bg white. And in here we can have a ul, and this ul we give it this class name of space y2 and font medium. Okay, and we need to have list item. Okay, and what I'm gonna do over here, I'm just gonna have this constant and call this nav items, and this is going to be an array of the different links we are going to support. So because we are making use of React icons, I'm just going to npm install React icons in this project, and let's continue. So here we're going to have this, so we're going to have a link, and this link is going to be for our home page, and then we have a name, and the name is going to be, let's say, dashboard. Okay, and then it needs an icon. Okay, and for the icon, I'm going to go with rx dashboard. Okay, I was hoping the IDE would help me import, but let's import it manually. So this will be coming from React icons /rx. Okay, and after this link, we are going to have another object, and this other object is going to also have a link, and this is just going to go to nowhere, so hash like this, and this is going to have a name of project manager, and for icon it's going to have fa project diagram like this, and we can import this from React icons fa. Okay, and what next? I'm just going to bring this down 2 more times, so this is going to go to /ai. Okay, and here we can have our AI prompt, and for icon we are going to use lia robot solid. Okay, and I'll just bring it down, and this will be coming from React icons lia like this. And lastly, our authentication page is going to be /auth, and for name, the name is going to be auth, and for icon it's going to be ri lock password line like this, and this is going to be coming from React icons ri and here. So this is it, we have these. So now we can map through each. So list items, what did we call it? We call it nav items. Yeah, so we can map through our nav items, like this, and then we get each item. And what do we going to return? We can return an li, okay, and this li needs a key, and we can use the name as a key, so we can use item.name as a key. Okay, and for doesn't have any styling, we need to make use of the link component from next link, so this link component. And for href, it's going to go to the item.link. Okay, and for class name, I'm gonna give it position of flex, item center, a padding of 2, text gray of 900, rounded LG, and on hover, gonna give it a BG gray 200 like this. And inside this link, we are going to have first, we're going to display the item.icon, and we are going to have a span, and in here we're going to display the item.name. Okay, and for the class name, this is just going to have a margin left of 3. So this is our side navigation component, and we have already rendered this in our layout. So let's see what we have going on in our browser. So this is what we have going on. We have our dashboard, project manager, AI prompts, and all. So clicking on this is going to take us to 404 page. So any of for the AI prompt, and also for this other page. Okay, but it's fine. Let's work on our header component next. So let's work on our header component, and in our components I'm gonna create another one, header, and here our header.tsx file. Okay, so let's me quickly remove this React input here. So what do we have in our header components? We're going to make use of the navigation tag, and for class name I'll position this fix, top 0, left 0, z index of 50, give it a width full, a bg of white, a border bottom, and give border gray 200 like this. Okay, so after this we are gonna have another div, and this div we can give it a class name of px3, py3, and lg px5, and lg pl3 like this. And here we can have another div, not children. So here we're going to give it a class name of flex, items center, and justify between. And now we can have another div. So we have this flex item here. So this is one, we have this flex container, sorry, and this is one flex item, and this is another flex item. So let's work with the link first off, and here we go also give it a class name of flex, item center, and justify start like this. And in here I'm gonna have another link, and this link component for href, we're just gonna go to our home page. So just gonna go to slash, and for class name I'm gonna give it flex ml2, and on medium devices mr24, so medium devices and above. Okay, and here we can have a span, and inside the span we say planet, which was just the name I came up with for this. And for class name I'm gonna give it a class name of self-center, self-center, not selection. okay, and text XL and font semi bold, and the small devices text to XL like this. All right, so this is it. Let's save this first and let's preview what we have before working on the other components. So here I'm just going to render our header component like this. Okay, so let's visit the browser, and we have our logo over here, and now let's work on this other section. Okay, so back to our header, this other div, I'm gonna give it a class name of flex items center like this. Now inside this div, we are also going to give it a class name of, nope, just going to give it a class name of relative items center and margin left of 3 like this. And here we have a div, and inside this div we have a button. Okay, and this button is going to contain a span, and for class name, not this, so for class name of the span, go with sr only, and here we can just say open user menu, and after this span we have image like this, and should be imported from next image. Now for class name, I'm going to give this width and give it a height of 8, rounded full, so we have the circular shape. Okay, so that is it, and let's not forget to configure our button. So this is going to be of type button, and for class name, go with flex text sm bg gray 800 rounded full focus state, then I'll go with ring 4, and focus state again, I'll go with ring gray 300 like this. Okay, and what else do we have? For our image component, it obviously needs a source, and for now just go with an empty string, and also for the alt I'll go with an empty string, and for width 32 and a height of 32 pixels. All right, so this is this. Let's save this and see what we have. Okay, so we have this image currently broken. It's fine. We can even go on to use a placeholder, but it's fine. And let's come below here. So after this div, let's have this other div, and this div we can give it a class name of set index of 50, a right of 0, position absolute, my4, no text base, list none, bg white, divide y, and divide gray 100, and rounded like this, and then a shadow. Okay, so I don't think this list none is needed. Okay, so I'm gonna take it off, and inside this div I'm gonna have another div. I'll just give it a px of 4 and a py of 3, and I'm gonna have this paragraph text sm and text gray 900. Okay, and this place should display the user name. Okay, and then I'll just duplicate this, and this is going to be for email, and for the class name I'm just going to give this a font medium, and also go on to give it a, just have this truncate here. Okay, and after the email and after this div, we're gonna have this button for sign out functionality and class name of block with full px4 py2 text sm text gray 700, and on hover I'm gonna give this a bg gray 100 like this. So let's save this and let's see. Yes, so we have the username and the user email, and we have our sign out button. Now this is always showing, and we can quickly, just gonna kill this terminal, we can quickly fix this. So first we need to make use of the use client component, because now we need to handle some interactivity in this component. And let's have the state, so we can go on to have a local state here, and we can call this show dropdown and set show dropdown like this, and this is going to be equal to use state, should be imported from React, and we're going to give it a default value of false. Okay, so this is going to enable us to come over here and cut this div. Okay, and we're only going to show it if show dropdown is true. Then we're going to go on and show this div. Okay, and for us to toggle this div on this button, I'm just going to have this on click. Sorry, not on the div, not there, just here. On click, and on click of this, we are going to call this function that is going to help us to set show dropdown, and we can have the previous state, and we are just going to go on and return the inverse of the previous state. So let's save this, come back to the browser, it's not showing, and if we click here, we can now toggle this drop down. All right, so with this all done, let's now go on and look at how we can handle authentication in our project. Okay, so let's work on authentication in our project next. All right, so let's handle authentication in our project, but before we can actually handle authentication in our Next.js project, we need to set up our database, because we need to store the authenticated user. And for us to do this, let's install the different dependencies. So let's go on and install the Prisma client, and let's also install Prisma. Okay, so we're going to talk about these two libraries or packages in a second. And while they are installing, we'll just wait for it to install, because once it gets installed, we are going to go on and be able to run commands. Okay, so it's taken a while. I'll just fast forward and be back once it's done. All right, so it's done, and up next I'm gonna open our navigation bar so that we can see the changes that is going to happen from the commands that we are going to run. So the first command we are going to run is npx prisma init, like this, and this command is going to help us to create a Prisma or initiate a Prisma project in our current working directory. So this folder over here. Okay, and this goes, it helps us to set the necessary configuration files and also schema. So the schema that we need to manage our database, configuration and also handle migration. So we have the schema.prisma file. We are going to be using it to now write or define our schema. So in this file, you see here, we have a provider and we have a data source, which takes in the database. Now, the provider by default over here is PostgreSQL. So we're going to change that to MongoDB. And you see, it also needs an environment variable. So the database URL And if we come over here, we see that it points to this Postgres SQL database. So I'm going to cut this. We're going to come back to getting our database URL in a second, but we can go on already and define our schemas. So we have a total of about 6 schemas. So I'm just going to close this. So I think I'm just going to do everything in one go. So our user model like this is going to have an ID. Our user is going to have an ID. This ID is going to be of type string, and we're going to say at ID, okay, and at default, and also auto like this. And because we are using MongoDB, we need to go on and map this to the underscore ID, and then at db.object ID like this. So we have an error, and that's because we have multiple parentheses here. And if you're not getting, this syntax highlighting, you can come over to the extensions tab, and over here you just search for Prisma. Okay, and you see this Prisma, you go on and install this Prisma extension. You might have to restart VS Code, or you might not have to. And then you'll be getting this syntax highlighting over here. And after an ID, a user will also have a name, which is of type string. A user will have an email, which is of type string, and the email should be unique. And then a user is going to have email verified, and this is going to be of type date time, and it's not compulsory. And the user will have an image which is also of type string, and then a user would have an account. An account is going to be of type account schema. We don't have this account schema defined yet. A user is going to have list of projects. We also don't have this defined yet. And because of our chat functionality, a user will have this AI chat over here, okay, which is going to be an array of this. All right, so let's define our account schema. So over here, we're going to have another model, and we can call this account. And an account will have an ID, so we can just copy this ID over here. And an account will also have a user ID, so that we can establish a relationship between a user and an account. So this is going to be of type string, and here we can say db.object ID, okay, and it will have a user, and this user is going to be of type user, and then we have that relation which takes in fields, okay, it takes in fields. And for fields, we are going to pass the user ID, because now this is going to be referencing ID, okay. And on delete, we are going to go on and say, cascade. So that's a command. And after this, an account is also going to have a type, which is going to be of type string, a provider, which is also going to be of type string, a provider account ID, and this is going to be of type string, a refresh underscore token, and this refresh token is going to be of type string like this. And then we say at db.string and an access token, and this is also going to be of type string like this, is optional. And then we say at db.string, and this db.string is because of MongoDB. So PostgreSQL uses db.text. I'll show the documentation in a second. So expires at, and this is of type int like this, and token type and token type is going to be of type string, and also scope, and scope is going to be of type string. And this is actually needed for Next.Auth, which is the authentication library that we are going to be making use of. Okay, and now we have the ID token, which is also of type string, and we can say at db.string. Okay, like this. And after ID token, we have session underscore state, and this is going to be of type string. And then we have you. Okay, we have already written our user type. All right, and let's go back to the documentation. Over here we have this Next.Auth Prisma. You can just Google Next.Auth Prisma MongoDB, and if you check this search results over here, you would see you need to install the dependencies. We'll get to this when we start working with Next.Auth. And if you scroll further down, you would see the data source DB, and we have our own connection, and you have the client, and then you have this account model. So all these things are what we just provided here, and this is for Next authentication. You have the session, we have the user model, and verification token. And for MongoDB, if you click over here, MongoDB support, and you would see over here where we have this at db.objectID, and you see at db.string. So it's usually text, which is, as says here, the native database type attribute. Okay, from db text to this, and also user ID to this. So it's just a MongoDB support pattern that we are following here, and this account model is for Next.Auth. Okay, so we are not done with the accounts. We also need to provide this at unique, and here we say pass provider and provider account ID. So after this, we can go on and define a model for our project. So I'm just going to come here and have a model for our project, and it's going to have an ID which is of type string, and here at ID and at default we're going to say author, and at map like this underscore ID, and here we have at db dot object ID. So a project is going to have a name is going to be of type string, and we need this to be unique. So a user is going to create a project. Okay, and the project is going to have a description, and this description is going to be of type string. It's going to have a slug, and slug is going to be a string type and also unique. It's going to have a created at, which is going to be of type date time, and we can go with at default now. So this is where we can provide the current date, and also updated at is going to be of type date time, and we can say at updated at like this. And the project is going to have different project boards, and the idea of these project boards is to have a project board of to do, in progress, completed, that kind of stuff. And this is going to be of another costume type which we haven't defined yet. We'll define that in a second. And then for relationship, because a user has a project, so can have multiple projects. Okay, and a project is going to belong to one user. So we have here a db dot object ID like this, and then the user we are referencing is going to be this user, and the relation is going to be fields, and the fields is going to be user ID, and this is going to be referencing ID like this. All right, so this project board, before we continue with our AI chat, here we're going to have a model for our project board. which is going to have an ID, which is of type string. I think we should just copy what we have over here. Okay, so for the ID, this is all the same. And after this, we are going to have created at. And created at is going to be of type datetime. And, at default, we pass now. A project is also going to have an updated at. So I'm just going to copy this here. And it's going to have a status. And this status is going to be of type string and it's going to be unique. It's going to have an order, which is going to be of type int, slug. And this slug is going to be of type string and is going to be unique. And then the project is going to have different features. And these features, are the different, could be tags, okay? So it's going to have features, which is going to be an array of feature. We don't have this schema type defined yet. And the project board is going to have project, which is going to be of type project, and at relation fields project ID. And this is going to be referencing ID like this. All right, and for feature, let's have a model feature. And this is going to have, just going to copy all of this, okay? Because it's going to have all of this here, an ID, created at, and also updated at. And after that, we are going to, it's also going to have a name. So let me copy this slug. Do we have anywhere where we have a name? So I'm going to copy this name and use it for a feature, but it's not going to be unique here. And it's going to have a description. This description is going to be a string type, and we need to have priority. So let's quickly have an enum of priority. Okay, and this is going to be low, medium, and high. Okay, so priority like this. All right, so we are going to take this, and next we're going to have a priority, which is going to be of this type here. Okay, and you can give it a default value of low like this. Okay, so after this we have a finish date, and the finish date is going to be of type datetime. And then we have an order, which is going to be of type int, a project board, which is going to be of type project board, and at relation, then we have fields, and these fields, I'm going to remove one of these. So we have fields, and this field we're going to pass project board ID like this, and then this references ID. Okay, so let's see. And here we can have project board ID, which is going to be of type string, and here we say at db.object ID. Okay, and lastly we have a model for our AI chat, and this is going to be, it's going to have an ID. So I'm just going to take this ID over here, and after an ID is going to have a role, and for role we're just going to have another enum type, call this chat role. Okay, so we're going to have user and assistant like this, lowercase, so all lowercase. So role is going to be of type chat role, content is going to be of type string, and then we're going to have user ID, which is going to be of type string, and we have db.object ID. So we have user, which is going to be of this type. And for the relationship, we have fields, and this is going to have user ID and references ID. So this is it for our schema. And we have an error in project board because over here we forgot to add project board. Okay, and this project board is going to not project board, project ID, and this is going to be of type string, and there we have a db.object ID like this. So we have an error here. We also have an error for user ID, and it's actually a typo. So this should be db like this. And now we have fixed all our errors. So before we continue, we need to provide this database URL, and then we can go on to sync our schema with our MongoDB database. Here we need to go on and create our database connection string. And if you come over to your browser, so cloud.mongodb.com, to go on and authenticate yourself. And once you do, you can come over to network access. Okay, so once you're in the network access tab, do make sure you add this IP address. So 0.0.0.0 and /0. And this is going to allow connection from any IP address, okay, from any address. And once you're done with that, come over to database access, and I'm going to delete this user. Okay, it's maybe a user from a past project, and I'm going to create a new database user. I'm going to give it the name, just give it my name, and I'll also generate a password. So this password here, I'll go on and copy the password. I think we'll be making use of it, and I'll click on add user. Okay, so this is going to, you must choose at least a role. Yep, so I'm going to add a role, and this is going to be the admin. Okay, or I can just go to read and write to any database. Okay, so I'm going to choose this role and add the user. So that we don't forget, I'm going to paste this password here. You can paste it somewhere. So this is the password, and the username is my name, Bright. So try to keep track of the password and also the username. We are going to need it in a second. And if you come over to database, okay, our changes have been deployed. It's okay. And you click on connect here. So here you can connect via MongoDB for VS Code, and this is going to give us the connection string. So do go on and copy this connection string, come back to your application and paste this in here. Okay, so this is your username, so in my case Bright, and after which we have our password. So this placeholder, we're going to put our password, and here we need to provide a database name. So I am just going to go with the name of project manager as the database name, and I'll save this. And now come over to our Prisma. We defined our schema already. So the command we are going to run next is this command. So npx prisma generate, and do go on and execute it, and this would help us to generate our Prisma client. You see over here we have this Prisma client. We are going to have our own client in a second. I will come back to that. And if we come over here, so if we browse our collections, let's see what we have going on here. Okay, so we see we don't have any. This is just from a previous project. We don't see anything related to this database. Okay, so this project manager database. But once we run this command, so npx prisma db push, and we execute. So this is going to help us to apply the changes. So all these changes that we have defined in our schema.prisma file is going to help us to apply these changes to our database. So it's going to go on and create the tables, columns, all the relationships that we defined in our schema definition. Is going to help us to generate all of these and update our database accordingly. So now the command is done. We come back here and I'm just going to okay, I'll just leave the database. But if we come over here and we refresh, now we expect to see our project manager database. So I'm just gonna load it, and here we see our project manager, and if we check this drop down, you see all the schema that we have defined. So for account, AI, chat, feature, project, project board, as well as user schema. So we have this. Before we proceed to authentication, we should come over to our source folder, and inside this source folder I'm going to create a libs folder. Inside this libs I'm going to go on and create a prisma.ts file here, and let's go on to import Prisma client. And now we have our Prisma client. Let's go on and define or make use of one Prisma client instance all through our application. And this approach helps us to have a consistent Prisma client instance across our application, which can help us with performance, also for connection management, and to avoid any potential memory leaks. So to have this Prisma client, both in development and also in production, I'm going to say let's Prisma is going to be this of type Prisma client interface, and we can check if our process.env and then our node underscore env, if it is equal to production, then we are going to say Prisma is going to be equal to new Prisma client like this, or else we are going to say let's global with Prisma be equal to global, and we say as type of global this. Okay, and we can now in object also add Prisma, which is going to be of type Prisma client for value. Okay, Prisma client. And after this we can check if we don't have any global with Prisma dot Prisma. So if this doesn't exist, then we are going to go on and assign this value, okay, to be equal to the new Prisma client like this. Okay, and finally we would say Prisma is equal to global with Prisma dot Prisma like this, and then we are going to export this as the default Prisma. Alright, so all through our application we are going to be importing this Prisma and make use of it, rather than this Prisma client that comes directly from Prisma client. So we have this defined. Next we can go over and work on our authentication. Okay, so let's work on that next. Alright, so to get started with our authentication, we need to install Next.auth, and we also need to install the Prisma adapter. So at auth, and / Prisma adapter like this. Okay, so do go on and execute this. And for us to continue, in our source folder, we need to define or have an API route. And inside this API route, we're going to have auth, and then we are going to have in square brackets auth. Sorry, we're going to spread next auth like this. So next auth like this, and we can come here and define our route. So route.ts file, and let's import next auth from next auth like this. And next, let's go on and export. Let's define a handler, and this handler is going to be equal to next auth. And next auth needs options, and you see here options is of type auth options. I'll get to that in a second, but let's not forget to export handler as get. It all has to be uppercase, okay? And then handler as post like this. So let's define the auth options. I'm going to come over to the libs, and here I'll create an auth.ts file. Alright, so let's export this const, and we'll call this auth options. And auth options, as we saw earlier, is of type next auth options. And this is going to be equal to this object. And this object is going to take some configuration, and one of such configuration is the providers, and we are going to be making use of GitHub Authentication. So we can have our GitHub provider, we need to import it. So let's come here and import GitHub provider, and this is going to be coming from next auth, and then / providers / GitHub. Okay, so now we have our GitHub provider. We can pass it here. And this GitHub provider, we need to pass some options such as the client ID. And let's get it from our process.env. And here we have GitHub _ID as string. And then we have our client secret coming from our process.env. And then we have our GitHub _secret, and then we can say a string again. Now we don't have this defined, obviously we will be fixing that soon. And then we have session, and here we can have a strategy that makes use of JWT, and it needs an adapter. Okay, so here we can pass, not here, so here we can pass adapter, and we are going to import the, let's say, Prisma adapter coming from @auth Prisma adapter library. And this Prisma adapter, you see, needs a Prisma client, and that is what we just defined. So we're going to pass or import this from our lib. Okay, so this file where we just wrote out all this code. So we pass that to the adapter, and for us to get useful console.log, I'm just gonna set debug if only we are in process.env and node.env is equal to development. Okay, and we also need a secret, and this will come from process.env, and then we can call this next auth _secret like this. And I'm gonna copy this, and so we have our env here. I'm gonna paste this in here and just have the name secret. Okay, so continuing after secret, we can pass callback. We're going to see the use case of this callback in a second, but for now we can leave it as an empty object. Alright, so we need to get our GitHub client ID. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And we also need to get our client secret. So let's head over to GitHub and let's see how we can generate the client ID and also the client secret. Alright, so you can come over to your GitHub profile and go over to settings, and here in settings you can come over to developer settings, and here OAuth apps. You're gonna register or need to register a new application. I'm just gonna give this a name of project manager, and homepage URL needs to point to our local host here. So I'm gonna copy this and paste this here, even with the HTTP. Okay, and you can just leave the default for others. And for authorized callback, authorization callback URL is also localhost, and click on register application. So this is our client secret. I'm gonna copy this and paste it in here. So GitHub secret, and for GitHub, sorry, that is our client ID. So I'm gonna paste this in here. And for the secret, I am just going to generate a client secret, and I will confirm my password and generate this secret over here. So you can copy this and paste it in here. So I'm gonna save this, and that should be it. Okay, so we can come over to our route and pass these auth options. Okay, so we can pass the auth options and go on to import auth options. So I'm gonna save this, and that should be majority of what we are going to need for our authentication. Okay, so we'll come back to callback, and now we have this. We need to test it out, and to test it we need to create our sign in page. Okay, so in our app, I'm just gonna create a new folder here. In this folder we are going to call it auth, and we can create a page.tsx. So let's come over and let's write out this authentication page. Alright, let's have our authentication page. We are going to be making use of or we're going to make this page to make use of the use client directive, and let's call this auth, and in here we are going to return a div that has class name of flex like this, and flex column item center justify center bx6 by8 mx auto, and on large devices by0 like this. Alright, we have this, and we're going to have another div which we give the class name of, let's see, nope. We're going to give this a class name of width full and bg white rounded lg. Give it a shadow, and on medium devices margin top 0, xm max width medium, and an extra large padding of 0 like this. And then we have another div, and this div we give it a class name of b6 and space y 4, on medium devices space Y6, and then small devices you give P8 like this. And then we can have this H3 where we say text XL, and we say font bold, leading tight, tracking tight, text gray 900, not 2, so text gray 900, and we have MD text to Excel. Okay, and here we can just say authenticate like this. And after this H3, we are going to have another div over here, and this div we are going to give it this class name, and here we're going to say space Y4, and then medium devices space Y6 like this. Okay, and we need React icons so that we can, let's see if the IDE helps us. So BS GitHub doesn't help us, so we manually import this from React icons /BS here, and in here we can go on to render the icon and give it class name, give it this class name of width full, cursor pointer, text gray 100, bg blue 500. Okay, and focus we say outline none, font medium, rounded LG, text 5XL, px5 py 2.5, text center. Alright, so this is the class name, and we need to register an onClick, and let's not forget to export default auth. Okay, and here we need an onClick handler, and we are just going to define a function, and here we can call this auth handler, and auth handler is going to be equal to an asynchronous function like this, and we can have our try catch, and in our catch, in case of error, we're just going to log the error to the console, and in our try block we can go into await, and we need to import some things that will be coming from Next.auth /React. Okay, so what do we need? We need to go on and import sign in. We also need to import sign out. Okay, so now we are going to await sign in, and we need to pass the provider name. So in this case we are using Github. Okay, so after providing the name, we can have this object where we say redirect to false like this. So we have our auth handler. Let's pass it as, I'm going to copy it so I can pass it as a reference to this onClick handler. Okay, so let's try it out. I'm going to save this. Actually, we don't need the sign out. Okay, we need it in our header component. And I'll quickly restart my application, and then we can come over to the browser, and I'll just try to reload this page. Okay, so this is what we have. Now let's try to go to the authentication page and see our GitHub button. Yes, so we have this card and we have to authenticate. So I'm gonna click on this. And before I do that, let me open up the console. Alright, so we can come over to application. And here, I'm just going to clear what we have here. So just right click and delete this. So here we have cookies. Let's click on authenticate. So let's see what happens. We have an error. Okay, why do we have an error? This page could not be found. Okay, so let's see what went wrong. Sign in, we have GitHub, redirect to false. And let's see, yep. And that is because the API is outside our app folder. So it has to be inside. It has to be inside. So let's go on and move it in and come back to our application. Sorry, let's come back to the browser. And I'm just going to go back to our home page and let's try it again. So we already see some cookies have been set. So I'm just going to delete all that we had here and delete this. All right, so let's come back to auth and click on authenticate. And this time around, you see that we are redirected over to authenticate ourselves with GitHub. So username and password. I'll click on sign in. So I need to sign in. So I'll click on sign in. And once I'm signed in, I have been sent a verification code. And I'm just going to input the code. So I'm just going to quickly copy it and paste the code. And once I verify myself, I am being told to authorize this application. I'll click on authorize and just wait for it to do its thing and authenticate us. And you see we are authenticated and we have some cookies set over here. Okay, so this is what Next.Auth makes use of to handle our authentication. So we have the Next.Auth session token, callback URL, and the CSRF token. Okay, so we have seen that, and I'm just going to come back to the console. Yep, we don't have the source prompt yet. So now we have this. How can we know if a user is authenticated in our application? And to find out, we can go on and also import use session. So use session from Next.Auth React. And one thing we can do here, we can go on to, we have our constant, and this is going to be equal to the use session hook, like this. And in here, we can go on and destructure data, and we can rename this to session and also status. Okay, so let's log session to the console. So console.log session, and you can also log status. So status will be something like authenticated. And if we log this, we come back to the browser and we have an error because use session must be wrapped in the session provider. Now to fix this error, we come over to our components, and all we have to do here is to create a Next.Auth provider. So I'm going to create here Next.Auth provider. Copy this, and I'm going to create a new file, Next.Auth provider.tsx. So in here, what we're going to do, we're going to mark this using the use client directive, and we are going to import session provider, And this is coming from Next.auth React. And let's quickly configure the props. So it's going to take in children props, and this is going to be of type React dot React node, like this. Alright, we forgot our equals to sign here, and we can export const, call this next auth provider, and this is going to be equal to this arrow function. And here we can just go on and destructure this from props, so destructure children here, and here we can just have a return where we return the session provider like this, and in here we have the children that we destructured. Alright, so this is our auth provider, and to make use of this we should come over to our layout, and in our layout here, so I'm just gonna cut everything we have. We can as well move these inside our main, so I'm just gonna cut all of these and wrap it in our next auth provider like this. Okay, so here we have our next auth provider, and now if we save this and we come back to the browser, we no longer see the error, and if we check our console, we see we have this object and we have authenticated. So this is the user email, the image, and also the name. Okay, and now we know, or we are aware, in our auth page we can go on to make use of this session to authenticate the user. So we can check if our use effects life cycle method. So here we can just check if there's a session object, then we want to go on and redirect the user. Alright, so to do that we can say here const router is going to be equal to the use router hook coming from next router, and we call it like this. So here if we have session, we can just call router dot push and push the user to the home page. We have this array of dependency error, and that's because we need to provide the router and also this session in here. So I'm gonna save this, and now we should be redirected back to the home page because we are authenticated. And we have an error, next router was not mounted. Sorry, it needs to come from next navigation like this, and the error should be gone, and we should be redirected back to the home page. So whenever we come to /auth, you see we are back at the home page, and now these components can go on to display the user object details. Okay, let's go on and display the user details here and also work on our sign out functionality. So how can we do this? Let's come to our header. So I'm just going to come over to our components and our header component, and it's just the same code as we have over here. So I'm just going to copy this here and use this in our header, and go on and import the use session coming from Next.auth React. Alright, so what we can say, or what we can do here, we can just come further down here and first of all check if there is no session. If that is true, we are going to return an empty fragment. Otherwise, we are going to show the drop down. And in this drop down, we can, where is it? So here, for the username, we can use our session, and then we have .user and then .email like this. Okay, should be .name. Alright, so I'm just going to copy this, and for the user email it's going to be .email, and for our sign out functionality we just need to go on and import the sign out function. Pretty straightforward. So on click, we're just going to have this arrow function in line that is going to call sign out, and sign out needs to be imported from Next.auth React. Okay, and how about our image? So here, our image source, we can say session.user.image. So you can go on and use it, otherwise we'll just use an empty string. And for the alt, it's pretty much the same thing here. I'm just going to copy this, but here I'm going to use name. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what we have going in our application. Yep, so we have this invalid source prop. This is not configured, so I'm going to copy this domain. Yep, so this host name here, I'm going to copy this. And if we have to quit our terminal, because now we need to make a change to next config. And here we have images, not import images, and images is going to take another object. Here we have domains, and domains can be an array of strings. So we just add this domain and restart our application using npm run dev. I'm going to take this off, and if we reload our browser, I'm just going to reload this. And let's see. Yep, we have this now. We have the image and we have the username, we have the email. We can sign out, and you see we are signed out of the application. And if we come over to the auth page, we can successfully visit it and authenticate ourselves. So now we are authenticated, we should be redirected back to our home page. So now we are redirected back to our home page, and our UI updates accordingly. So we have seen different ways where, or one way we can go on to protect our page. Okay, so in this case we are protecting where is it? So we are protecting our authentication page, so our auth page. Not really protecting, but if we have a user, we are redirecting the user to the home page. And one thing we can do, over here, and one thing we can go on to do is by using middlewares. Okay, so by using middleware, and middleware is just a code that runs before we send back a response. So in Next.js, a request is going to come in, and we can process the incoming request, and based on the type of request or the type of check we make in our background, we are going to know if we want to authenticate the user. It's not only for authentication purposes, but we just have access to the incoming request, and based on the request we can know the response to forward back. So in this case we are going to be using middleware to protect all pages. And Next.auth makes it pretty much straightforward. So in our source folder, we need to just create a middleware.ts file. And what we can do here, we can just come over here and export default. And this default is going to be coming from Next.auth/middleware like this. So with this line of code already, we are protecting all pages. So let's come back to application. We'll reload. You see we can visit the home page because we're authenticated, but once we sign out of the home page, you see we are redirected to sign in. Okay, until we authenticate ourselves, then we can go on to visit all other pages in our application. Now this is for Next.auth. Let's see the documentation and how to know more about middleware in Next.js. So I just googled Next.js middleware, and if I click on the first result, so over here we can see that middleware allows us to run code before a request is completed. And based on the incoming request, we can modify the response. So the response that we want to forward back to the client, we can go over to modify the response. And if you see the convention, so we create a middleware.ts for TypeScript or for JS, and this is an example of how it works. So we have seen an example how it works with our Next.auth library, and you see here that it can also take this matcher. So in case you want to protect a single page, a single route, you're just going to have this matcher, which is a string, and any path matching this path over here, this string, is going to be protected automatically in the case of our application, making use of Next.auth, or any code you write here is all only going to be applicable to this path. Okay, in case you're not using for authentication or you want to use it for something else, any code you write in here is going to be applicable to this path. It cannot just only be a string. It could as well be an array of different strings. So this matcher here could be an array of different strings, and this, in our case, Next.auth authentication, is only going to protect any page that matches the different path. In case you want to protect multiple pages, but not all pages, that matches the different path listed here. And you can also use a regex expression, and it's the same. So you see API, next static, next image, favicon, they are all going to be protected with Next.auth in our case. Or if you're not using it for authentication, any code that you write over here is going to be, affecting these pages or these parts that you specify here. So this is how middleware works. Let's work on this next. Okay, so for us to make use of this callback, and the idea of this callback is for us to go on and add or return an additional object, because if we come over to, let's say, let me look for a component. So if we come over to our header.csx and we console.log session, you would see session is made up of this object. So where we have the user, which has an email, image, and a name. Now the idea is to add an extra property to the user object, okay? And in order for us to do this, in our auth options, under callbacks, we have access to session, okay? And this session can be async like this. And we're going to get parameter automatically, and we can destructure session, and we can also destructure token from this. Okay, we have an error because we need to return something from this session, okay? And we need to get the user email, so we can have a const user email, and this user email is going to be equal to token.email like this. Okay, and then we can have const user, and const user is going to be equal to, await Prisma. We are going to import this Prisma, or we already have it here, and we can say Prisma, we call our user schema or collection, and we can find unique like this, which means more like find a particular user that matches a particular condition. So here we say where, and then we have our object where email, is equal to user email like this. We have an error, but we can fix it by saying a string. Okay, and now we have our user. Let's go on and return. So we're going to return an object where we spread out the session, and then for the user object, we are going to spread out the session.user like this, and then we want to add the user ID. So ID is going to be equal to user.id like this. So if we save this now, and remember we are logging the session object here. If we come back to the browser, let's just reload this. So if we come back to the browser, we see our user object, and now you see our user ID is available in our user object. And if we visit our MongoDB database and quickly reload, because we have an authenticated user, we will see the user in our database. So we come over to our project manager, come over to our user, you would see me here. So this is the user object. And if we come over to accounts, you would see over here the user account. Okay, so this is it for our authentication. We have seen how to go on and protect individual routes, and we have seen how to protect all routes and the flexibility that we have with middlewares. Okay, with middleware over here. So now we are done with this setup, we can now proceed to building out the, let's say, the home page of our application. So we can now get started with building out our home page. So let's start working on that next. Okay, so let's fix our home page. I'm going to get rid of this image import, and we can get started by fixing the API route, the route that we can go on to fetch our project. So inside this API route, I'm going to create a project folder like this, and I should move this inside API here. Okay, so we have projects, and inside project we're going to have a route.ts file, and we're going to export an asynchronous function, and this function we're going to call it get. Okay, that's the HTTP method, which is how Next.js works, and the request is going to be of type request, and we're going to have response, which is going to be of type response, like this. And first, let's check if the user is authenticated. And to check or to handle authentication in our API route, we can have this session, and now we need to await. Okay, and next auth library gives us a get server session like this. So we need to call it, and in here we need to pass auth options. Okay, so I'm going to pass auth options that will be coming from our lib. Okay, so now we have our session. We can first of all check. So if there is no session, in that case we are going to return a new next response, and this response is just going to say not authenticated, and we can send back a status of 500. All right, and I'm just gonna move this up. All right, so if we have a session, that means an authenticated user, then we can go on to fetch our products. And to do that, I'm just going to have this const here, products, and this is going to be equal to awaiting Prisma, so our Prisma client, and there we have our project collection, and we can use find many to get all our products. Now we get our products, we are going to return a next response like this, and here .json, we pass the projects, and next we pass this object where we have a status of 200, and we have a status text of successful. So in case of any error, just down here, in case of any error, let's log the error to the console, and let's also send back a response. So we're going to return a new next response. We can just say cannot fetch data like this, and also with a status of 500. All right, so this is our API endpoint. We can go on to make use of this API endpoint in our page, okay? And we can do this in our use effect. So we can have our use effect lifecycle method. And inside the use effect, let's have a function. First, let's install Axios. So I'm just gonna split my terminal and npm install Axios like this. All right, and next, okay, it's done already. So I'm just gonna clear this terminal. And next, let's have a function inside here that's going to help us fetch our data. So we can call this fetch projects like this, and this is going to be an async function. And in here we can destructure data that will be coming from axios.get, and then we go to /API/products like this, and we get our data. Let's log it to the console. So console.log data, and let's make this a client component. So making use of the use client directive, we log the data, and we can also update our local state. So we can have a constant called projects and set projects, and this is going to be equal to use state, and initially it's going to be null. So project is going to be a generic type, so it can be null or it can be an array of projects. So an array of projects, we'll get to that in a second. But what we can do here, apart from logging into the console, we can set projects like this to the data that we get back. And here we can go on to fetch projects. So let's save this and open up our, go back to the browser, and we have an error. Let's quickly reload. We have an error. So what's the error? Let's see. Request fails. So what is causing the error? Let me zoom out on this and see the response, and let's see. So this is going to /API/ not products projects like this. Sorry about that. And if we reload, everything should work fine. Yes, so now we see an empty array. We are currently fetching the data. And before I end this, let's define the type of projects we intend to store here. And to do that, over in our source folder, I'm going to create a models folder, and in here a project.ts, and the project is going to be this type. So we can go on to export type project is going to be equal to this object, where we have the ID, which is a string, name, which is also of type string, description, which is going to be of type string, the slug is also going to be of type string, and we have created at, which is also going to be of type string, and updated at, which is also going to be, actually this is going to be of type date. So created at and updated that is going to be of type date, and we can come over here and say that this is going to be an array of project, not coming from our Prisma client, but coming from our models folder. So this is it. We are now fetching our data. Projects for now is an empty array, so we can go on next and render our projects over here. And I'm just going to remove this console.log. We are successfully fetching our data, and we are updating our state. Now we need to render our project in our home page, and to do this we need to create a table. So over here I'm going to create a project table component and a project table.tsx file. Alright, so let's mark this table component as a client component, making use of the use client directive, and we can configure this table. So this is going to be a div, and here we can have a class name, give it relative overflow x auto, and then shadow md, and an sm rounded lg, and a margin to the top of it. Okay, and in here we are going to have a table, and this table is going to have a width of full text sm, text left like this, and text gray 500. And inside our table we are going to have our table head like this. And for class name, our table head is going to have the class name of text extra small, text gray 700, also uppercase, and a bg gray of 50 like this. And then we're going to have our table row, which is going to have no class name. Okay, and then we're going to have our table heading. This is just going to have a scope. So here we're going to give this a scope of column, and for class name we're going to give this a class name of px6 and a py3 like this. So this table heading, we're going to have a heading for the name, and I can just copy this 3 more times, and this is going to be for description, and this is going to be for created at like this, and this is going to be for edit. Okay, but here we can have the span where we display edit like this, and for styling I'm gonna give this a class name of sr only like this. So this is our table heading, so this is our t head, and after our table heading we can go on to have our table body. Alright, and this table body, the idea is for us to map through the list of projects that we have in our application and render here. So in order for us to do this, we need to receive this project as props. So let's have this type. You can have the type props, and props is going to be an object, and we can receive projects, which is going to be an array of projects. And project is going to be coming from our model. Okay, so this component we can say is of type fc, which is functional component, and we say this is going to receive these props over here, and here we can have the props. Okay, so that means we can come over here and destructure projects from our props. Okay, so here we can destructure projects. So this is going to allow us to map through the different projects that we have. So we can go like this, projects.map, and when we map we're going to get each project, and here we are going to have this. So we obviously need to return, so we're going to return a tr, so a table row, and for key I'm going to give this the key of project id, so project.id as the key. And let's quickly apply styling. So this is going to have a bg white, a border bottom like this, and then on hover we're going to give this a bg gray of 50. So this is our table row, and in here we are going to have th for table heading, and we can give this a scope of row, and for styling we can give this px6, py4 font medium, text gray 900, white space no wrap, cursor pointer, and underline. Okay, and this table heading we are going to go on and display a link. Now this is the link that is going to take us to the project detail page. So we can import the link component from next link. Okay, and inside this link component it needs a href, and the href is going to go to /project, and here we can inject the project slug. Okay, so this is going to take us to the project detail page, and we can render the project name here. So project.name, and after this heading we are going to have this td and give this a px of 6 and also a py of 4. Now this is going to carry the project description. Okay, so the first one was the project name, and this next one is for project description. And I'm just gonna bring this down some more time, and we need to have the date. Okay, and this is a type date, so that means we need to go on to format the date before we can display it here. And to be able to format this date, I am just going to install a library that is going to help us. So npm install date fns. Okay, so this library is going to help us to configure or correctly map our dates. Okay, so while it's installing over here, okay, it's done. I'm just going to kill this terminal. All right, so here we can go on to format the date. Okay, and we can have this const formatted date, which is going to be equal to format, and format comes from, let's see, so it comes from the date fns library, so this library here. So we can call format, and the way it works, it needs the date, so we can go with new date and pass the project dot created at, and now it takes in the format. So we're going to go with day like this, and then month, and then year. Okay, so we have the formatted date, and we can go on to display the formatted date over here. And after the date we need to edit, so have the functionality to edit a particular project. So what we're going to do here, we're going to add I'm going to add another class, so text right. I'm going to take this off for now, and in here I'm going to have a button, and this button is going to have the text of edit. And for styling this button, it's going to have a font medium, a text blue 500, and on hover we're going to say underline like this. So this is our project table. Obviously, if we render this in our home page, we are not going to see anything. So if we say dynamically like this, so if we have projects, so if we have project, that means the project is not null. Then we want to go on and display our project table like this, and this needs projects, which is going to be equal to projects that we have over here. So if we come back to our application, we see our table. So we see our name, description, created at, but we don't see the actual, we don't see anything, and that's because we have no item to display. So up next, let's have the create project functionality. We're going to get started with the API endpoint to be able to create a project. So let's go on and work on the endpoint. Let's have a create project endpoint. So for that, first I'm going to collapse this other endpoint, and we're going to have an asynchronous function. I'm just going to use this, and the name is going to be post because we're going to be accepting a post request, and this is going to be request, which is going to be of type request, and we also have response, which is going to be of type response, like this. And in here we can repeat the same thing. I know it's redundant, and we are already authenticating the user, so all this check, we know that a user would not be able to come over to or access this endpoint because of the middleware we have here, but we need to get the user ID. So we don't need this because we are sure that we would always have a session, but it's okay. So if there's no session, we return this response, and now we're sure we have a session. We can get the user email, and the user email is going to be equal to session.user. So session.user and .email, like this. Now we have the user email. I'm just going to copy this so in case we don't find any. So if there is no user email, we are going to return this response like this. Okay, so now we can go on and get our user. So user is going to be equal to await Prisma, and we can call the user schema, and there we can find unique, like this. I want to find a user where what? So where the email is going to be equal to user email, like this. So now this is going to give us our user, or it could give us null. So let's check if we don't have any user. So if it doesn't find any user with that email, we are going to return a new next response. And this next response just same. So I'm just going to copy this and actually copy this. So I'm going to return the response where we tell the user, not authenticated, or anything like that. All right, so now we have the user, and we're sure that we have the user. We can go on and get the data from the request body. So we can await request.body, not body, so request.json. And what do we need to create a project? We need a description. We also need a name, and then we also need the slug. All right, now we have all of these. We can go on to check if there is no description or no name or no slug. So if all these conditions, or maybe one of them, so we don't have one of these, we are going to return a new next response, and we're just going to tell the user, please, all fields are required. Okay, and then we can send back a status of 400. All right, so continue here. We are sure we have the description, name, and slug. Hence, we can have our try catch block here. And in case of errors, let's return a new next response. We can just say creation error. And we can have our status of 500. And let's also log the error to the console. So console.log error like this. And in our try block, we can have our created project, and here we go on to await Prisma.project, and we have .create, and create, we can pass in the argument. So we can pass in data, and data is an object, and now we pass the different fields. So description is going to match the description. We also have name, slug, and most importantly the user ID. So the user ID is going to be the found user and then .id. So that was why we had to make sure we have the user, so we can always get the user ID here. We can also get it from our session from the front end, but let's do it here on the back end. So now we have our created project. We can go on to return a next response.json, and we will return our created project and our object. So we set a status of 200, and we can set a status text of project created like this. So we have our endpoint done. Now we can go on to create a project, coming to this endpoint, a post request coming from our page. So let's work on this next. Moving on, here where we just return this, I'm gonna cut it and paste it here. So over here we can have a button. Now this button is going to have the text of create project, and for styling I'm going to give this button a class name of relative outline none, inline flex, item center, justify center, b 0.5, margin bottom of 2, margin right of 2, overflow hidden, text sm, font medium, text gray 900, rounded LG. We're gonna group it, so we're gonna use group like this, and bg gradient to right. Let's go with bottom right, and then from purple 600, not pink, so to blue 500. Okay, and group hover like this. So so on group hover from purple 600, and on hover I'm gonna give it a text white, and lastly on the focus state I'm gonna give this ring blue 300. Okay, so now we have this. Inside this button we're gonna have a span, and this span we will have the text create project, and for class name I'm gonna give this relative px of 5, py of 2.5 like this, transition all is in, duration 75, bg white, rounded md, group hover like this. I'm gonna give it a bg opacity of 0. So now we have this button, and okay, we already have our use client directive. Let's save this and see what we have. So we have our create project button. Now whenever we click on this button, we want to go on and show our project form and also a modal. So let's get started with the modal. In here, the components, most of the time you would have a UI folder for things like your button input, but I'm just gonna have the modal here. we would see as we progress if we would need a separate folder to keep it clean. So here we have our model.tsx. Let's quickly lay out this component. All right, so this model component is going to be of type FC for function component. And here we have, we can give this a type of model props, or we could just go with props. And this type is going to be equal to an object. And here we have is visible. And this is going to be of type boolean. I'm going to take these props and pass it over here like this. And in here, we are going to be receiving the props. So we can come down here and the structure is visible. The structure is visible from our props. So we can quickly have this const where we have our model.jsx, and this is going to be equal to this div. And for styling this div, we're going to give it position fixed, place content center, top 0, left 0, give it a z index of 50, width screen, a padding of 4, so p4. And for the background, we can go with for the background here, we can go with this RGBA color, where we go with 0, 0, 0, 0, and an opacity of 0.80, like this. So let's see. Yep, I think we have, yep, so this is it. And lastly, remember, we're given the width screen. We should also give it, let it take the full height like this. And this div can be self-closing. Okay, it can be a self-closing div. And what we're going to do here in our return, we're going to check if its visible is set to true. Then we're going to display the model.jsx, otherwise just an empty fragment. So this is our model. We can come over to our page, and anywhere here we can have our model component. Okay, remember it needs the is visible prop. So let's save this, and we see our model correctly displaying. And next, we should go on and create our form component. So I'll create project form, and then we go from there. All right, let's continue. And before we proceed to creating our form, we would be making use of our own custom input component. So we can have an input component here, and in here we have our input.tsx file. And this input component, I'm just going to take off the React import, and obviously we need to receive some props. Okay, so here, just here, I'm going to define a type for props, and this type is going to be equal to this object. So input will have a label, and a label will be of type string, and it would also need a type, which is going to be of type string. We would need a name, which is also of type string. We would need a placeholder, which is also of type string, and we would need a required, and required is going to be optional, and then it's going to be of type boolean. All right, and then you also need the value, which is also of type string, and we need onChange. OnChange is going to be of type change event handler, like this, and this is going to be on HTML input element, like this. Where is it? So HTML input element. All right, so we can obviously not cover all the attributes of an input. So what we can do here, we can go on to extend. Okay, and then I'm going to change this to interface. Okay, So interface props is going to extend what? So it's going to extend input HTML attributes like this, and we're going to tell it is the HTML input element. Okay, so this is it, and here we can say this is going to be of type FC, and this FC is going to be our props, and here we can take in our props, and now we can destructure all of these from our props. So we can go into the structure, the label, name, unchange, placeholder, type, and value. All right, so we have a div, no styling, and then we're going to have a label, and this is going to be HTML for the name, and the value of this label is going to be label like this. And let's give this label some class names. We're going to display this as a block, a margin bottom of 2, text SM, font medium, and text gray 900. Alright, so that's for our label, and after our label we are going to have our input element, and the type is going to be equal to type. Okay, and name is also going to be equal to name, and ID is going to be equal to the name, and placeholder is going to be equal to placeholder that we received from props. Required is also going to be equal to required. So required is going to be equal to required. And do we have required? Yep, we do. We didn't not read only required. Yep, so required is going to be equal to required. Value is also going to be equal to value, and unchange is going to be equal to unchange. And what we can do for the rest of the props, we can come over here. So I'm just gonna come over here and do something like this. So I can call this rest props, and here we can do this. If we hover on it, you see the rest of the props. Okay, and that's because we are extending HTML, the input HTML attributes. So here we can just go on to spread. So we can go on to spread the rest of the props like this. So this is our costume input. Up next, we can go on to creating our form. So in our components, I'm going to create another folder and call this project form like this, and I'm going to create a project form.tsx file. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this input, and our project form, let's have this interface for the props, and it's going to take in some props. So project form props, and we just have is visible like this, and this is going to be of type boolean. Okay, so for our component, const project form, and project form is going to be receiving some props like this. We have an error until we mark this as a functional component that receives these props over here. And let's not forget to export this as the default. So export default project form, and here we can destructure from the props, and we are for now going to take is visible like this. Okay, so what are we going to return? We're going to return this div, and this div is going to have a dynamic class name. So absolute, a width of 80, z index of, let's go with 55, because our modal is or has a Z index of 50, and we want the font to be, above the modal. So BG white, rounded LG, and shadow. All right, because we are, using the backtick, we can add some class names based on this is visible. So if it's visible, we are going to add these class names. Otherwise, we are going to add these class names over here. So let's handle the else block. So otherwise, we are going to translate y. So I'm going to translate y to be 150%, left 1, 2, like this. So this over here, and translate x. So x is going to be 1, 2, like this. And if it's visible, we are going to take it to the left 50%. Okay, and top 1/2, like this, half. And then we're going to translate x like this, and also translate y 1/2 like this. And we are going to give it some animation. So we're going to transition transform, and for a duration of, you can just go with 700 here. So this is this outer div, and this outer div is going to have a button, and this button is going to be of type button. And for class names, I'll just give this button position absolute, top 3, right 2.5, text gray 400, BG transparent, and on hover BG gray 200, on hover text gray 900, like this, rounded LG, text SM, okay, width /8, give it a height of 8, ML auto, like this, inline flex, justify center, and items center, like this. So this is our button, and inside this button we can have MD cancel. Okay, and this needs to come from React icons. So from here we are going to import this from React icons /MD. Okay, and we can quickly style this by giving it a class name, and the class name is going to be equal to text3excel, like this. And after this button, so we are going to have an on click actually. So let's quickly define it. So on click of this we are going to call a function. We can call this toggle project form, and I'm going to take this and add it over to props, and we have this error because we didn't add it up here. So this is going to be a function that is just going to return void. All right, so after this button, I'm going to have this div, and this div, give it a class name of px6, py6, lg px, lg px8. All right, so that's it for this div. And inside here we can have a heading, so a h3, And here we can just say add project. And let's quickly style this. So we're going to style this, give it a margin bottom of 4, a text XL, font medium, text gray 900. So text gray 900 over here. All right, so after this H3 add project, now we can go on to have our form. Okay, so let's preview to be sure we are on the right track. So I'm going to have our project form that will come from our components, and so it's visible. I'm just going to give it, this prop here, and it needs another prop. So toggle project form, for now we don't have any of. I'm just going to pass this empty function, and we should reload, and let's see if we see our project form. Yep, so we see this add project, and we see this button over here. All right, so up next, let's come back to our form, and here we're going to have this form, not form, so form, and it doesn't have an action, and this form is going to have a class name of, let's say, space y6, like this. And on submit, we can just have a function that we'll call handle submit. We don't have this function yet, so it's fine. I'm just gonna get this from props, and over here we're gonna have our handle submit. And handle submit is this function that is automatically going to be called with the event, and this event is going to be of type form event, and it's a generic type. We can say HTML form element, like this. Okay, so HTML form element that returns void. So that is for our form, and here quickly we can have our input component. So input component, like this, and input should come from the path. So this is our input component. I'm quickly gonna style it and give it a label of name, like this. Onchange is going to be equal to onchange. We don't have onchange defined, so let's define it. I'm gonna copy onchange and receive it from our props, and onchange, I am going to duplicate this because it is kind of similar. They both get called with the event, but onchange is not a form event, it's actually a change event. Okay, and it's for HTML input element, like this. So let's continue with our input, and next we are going to need a placeholder. Let's go to placeholder of name and a type of text, and for value we're going to pass what now? Okay, because we need to dynamically set this value from the parent component. I'll come back to this in a second. And after value we need what? So we don't have name. We can pass name, and name is going to be equal to name, and we can say this input is required, like this. All right, and we can duplicate this for the other input components. So this is for the description. Onchange would call onchange. The placeholder is description of type text. We'll leave the value, and for name we're also going to give it the name of description. All right, so how do we satisfy these values? So what we can do, we can come over to our props and receive form data like this. And we can say form data is going to be of type object, and we have a name. So a name is going to be a string, and a description which is going to be of type string. So we can take this form data and say this is going to be equal to form data dot name, and this is going to be equal to form data dot description. Now if we save this and we preview our application, we will obviously have errors because we are not passing the form data. And let's quickly wrap this up by having a button, and this button is going to be of type submit. So a submit inside of a form is going to go on and submit the form. And we can also go on to disable this button whenever we are creating a project. So disabled, and disabled is going to be equal to is create project. I know we don't have this yet, so I'm just going to copy this and receive it here from props, and its create project is just going to be of type boolean like this. So we're going to disable this if we are creating a project. And for class name, this is going to have a disabled state. Then we are going to give this a bg gray of 300, a width full, a text white, a bg blue 700, and on hover I'm going to give this a bg blue of 800. Okay, on focus, where is it? So on focus, we're going to give this a ring of 4, and also when we focus on it, we're going to give it an outline none. And then on focus state again, we are going to say ring blue 300. Give it a font medium, a rounded LG, a text SM, a PX of 5, a PY of 2.5, so a PY of 2.5, and a text center. Alright, so this is it. And for the text, we're just going to say if we are creating a project, so if create project is true, then we're going to display the text of creating like this, otherwise create. And then I'm going to save this. Alright, so let's come back here and let's make sure that our home page is passing the props, the correct props to our project form. So let's work on this next. Alright, let's go and pass the different configurations, so the different props that we need for our project form. Okay, and the first prop that we need, we have is visible, and it is always visible. So we can toggle this using a prop. Alright, and we can call this prop show form, using a state. So we can come over here and say show form and set show form, and this is going to be equal to use state. It's going to be a boolean. Going to take this off, and initially it's going to be false. And then we can take off this generic type here, and is visible is only going to be visible if we have this show form to be true, as well as for our modal component. And we also need to pass the form data. So form data is going to be equal to form data. We don't have form data, so we can quickly store form data in state. So this can be form data, and here set form data, and this is going to be useState. And in form data, we are going to have this object. And for auto completion, this is going to be of type object, where we're going to have a name, and a name is going to be of type string, and also a description. Description is also going to be of type string, and then we can have an optional ID, and this is also going to be of type string. So I'm just going to copy or cut this type we have here. I'm just going to cut this, and outside here, so somewhere here, I'm going to go on and define an interface. I'm going to call this form data, and it's going to be equal to this. So I'm going to take this interface and pass it over here. Now we have this error. We can say description is going to be empty, name is going to be empty, and then ID is also going to be empty, or we don't even need to set the ID. Okay, so this is it. And up next, what do we need? We need the handle submit, and this handle submit is the form that is going to go on, and the function that's going to go on and submit the form. So let's quickly define handle submit. So handle submit, and handle submit is going to be equal to an asynchronous function. You can make it an arrow function. So an asynchronous arrow function is going to take the event, and the event is going to be of type form event. And form event is going to be a generic type and say HTML form element. And in here, we are going to write the function that is going to help us and submit the form. First, let's prevent the default, event.prevent default. And we can set is create project. Do we have the state? No. And it's a state that we need for our form. So here we need is create project, and here is going to be equal to is create project. Like this. And I'm just gonna come here and set is create project, set is create project, and initially is going to be false. So once we submit the form, we're going to set is create project to true, and then we can have our try catch. And in our try block, what are we going to do? We are going to go on and send the request. So we can destructure status text, and this is going to be coming from awaiting Axios, and we have .post. It needs the URL, so it's also /API/projects, and then it needs the data. The data is going to be the description, and the description is going to be coming from our form data.description. We also need to pass the name, and this is going to come from form data.name, and then it needs a slug. Okay, so let's create a slug, and to do that we are going to be using Slugify. So npm install Slugify is going to help us and create a slug. Alright, so somewhere here we can just have a const slug, and this slug is going to be equal to Slugify, and we're going to generate a slug based on the project name. So we can go with form data.name, and this slug is going to be referencing this slug over here. So this is our catch block. We can show a little toast notification, and to show a toast notification, we're going to go with npm install react-hot-toast. and we need to configure React Hot Toast in our application. So here we have our components. I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this toast, and here I'm going to create a toast.tsx file, and I'm just going to have this functional component take off the React imports here, and I'm going to make use of the use client directive, and this toast component is just going to do one thing. So we can actually take this off. It's going to go on and return toaster, and let's go on and import this. So we're going to import this from React Hot Toast. I thought we installed it. Did we have an error? Okay, it wasn't installed. So npm install React Hot Toast. There was a typo there. Hot Toast like this. Alright, so let's install. So, and now we can bring this from React Hot Toast. Yep, so we can bring toaster like this, and we are just gonna return this. So that's all we're gonna do here, but that's not all for setting it up, because next we need to come over to our layout folder, and in our layout we're just gonna render the toast component somewhere here. So I'm just gonna do it here. Have our toast component, which is going to be coming from our components toast and toast. So that's all for testing, for setting up React Hot Toast. So if this is successful, we're going to call toast coming from React Hot Toast, and then we are going to go with toast.success. It needs the message, and the message is going to be status text, and status text is going to be projects created. So this guy over here. And I think that should be it. Yeah, so in case of an error, we are going to have a toast.error, and then we are going to have our error in error.response.data. And this error, to get rid of the error, is going to be of type any. And we have our finally, so we have our try block, catch block. And finally, we want to go on and set our form data, which is more like resetting the values. So description is now going to be an empty string, and name is also going to be an empty string. And after doing this, we also need to take off our form. So we're going to set show form, and we're going to set it to false. So now this is going to stop our form from displaying, because here you see this visible state is attached to the show form variable. And lastly, we're going to set is create project as well to false. All right, so we're still having an error because we are not yet done providing the configuration. I'm going to pass handle submit here. And what else do we need? We need on change. All right, so on change, we are going to define a change handler. All right, so what do we call it? So we can call it handle input change. And I'm going to come up here, just below our use effect. I'm going to come up here, have our handle input change. And this is going to be called automatically with our event, okay? And this event is going to be change event, and the change event that is happening on an HTML input element like this. And we are going to have or destructure some things coming from our event target. Okay, so we're going to get this from our event target, and this can be the name, and this can be the value. So we have the name, we have the value, and if we come over to our project form, you see over here we are attaching the name. So this is name, and this also is the name of description, and the value form data.name is an empty string. So on change, we are going to be updating form data. All right, so we have event target. Now we're going to set form data. And form data, the way React works for updating states, we're going to use the arrow function, or the function way of updating our states. So this is going to have this function. And what do we want to return? We're going to return an updated state. So in this case, we are going to spread everything we have from our previous states. Rather than call it previous states, I'm going to call it previous data. It could be previous state. Okay. And after this, we only want to update, make an update to the name. So, and whichever object that the name changes, and then we pass the value. So this is it. Before we go on and test this, because we have written out a bunch of code, I'm going to comment all of these out so that we're sure that our code won't just break. So I'm going to comment all of these out, and I'm just going to log to the console form data. So let's be sure that we are actually updating our states, doing everything correctly, our props, and I've seen something we are already doing wrong. So our toggle project form, we are yet to pass the function that is going to help us to toggle our project form. So I'm going to take this and pass this here. So toggle project form, and let's quickly write out this form. So I'm going to do that here. So have this const toggle project form, and it's going to be equal to this function that we say set show form. So we have the previous state, and we are just going to return the inverse of the previous state. So this should be it. Now we need to call this function whenever we click on this button. So where is the button? This button over here. Whenever we click on this button, so let me add this event listener. Whenever we click on this button, I'm going to call this function. Okay, so you can outsource this function. I'm just going to write it in line. So I'm going to call toggle project form, and that's not all. I'm going to reset the form data. And the reason I'm doing this is for our update functionality, because we are most likely going to be using this form, so this same form, to update our state. Okay, so I'm going to call set this, and form data description is going to be an empty string, and name is going to be an empty string. So I'm going to save this, and now we can safely go on to test. So let's come back to the browser. I'm going to reload. We don't see any errors, which is a good sign. And we should see our table. Yep, we see our table, which is also a good sign. And if we click on create project, we see our form. And for name, I am just going to give this a name of, let's say, test, and a description of description. I'll click on create, and you see over here we are successfully displaying our name and the description. So that's all working fine. And now we can come back here, and I'm just going to comment out all of these codes, and then I'm going to save this. And now we can go on to create a project. So just reload the application. And what name do I give this project? I'm just going to give it a project of, let's say, to do application, a name of to do application, and a description of, say, containing our to-dos or something like that. Now I click on create. We see the text creating, and we get the toast that a project has been created. Now, one way we're going to find out, first, let's reload the page, and we see our created project. Beautiful. And if we click on this link, we should go to a 404 page, because we are yet to write out the functionality. So we click on this link. Yes, we go to a 404 page. And if we come over to our MongoDB database, I'm just going to quickly authenticate myself so that we can check. Obviously, we do have the project, because if we don't have this in our database, there's no way we are going to be seeing it in our front end. Okay, so I'm just gonna come over to my MongoDB instance, wait for it to load up in a second, and once it's done, I think I'm definitely going to fast forward this part because it has taken a lot of time. So I'll be back once it is done. So this is our database, and if we come over to, let's say, project, over here in project, we are going to see, I'm just going to wait for this to load up. And now we see our created project. So we see this log, we see the description, we see the user ID, that is the user that created this project. And I'm going to get rid of this, and that is it. Yep. So that is it for our create project functionality. Up next, we are going to start working on edit functionality so that we can edit our project. So that's what we are going to work on next. Before we proceed, if we come over to our route, our API endpoint, and here our project route, you'll see over here, we are just making an extra call to our database to get a user so that we can create a project with that user ID. But if we check our lib and our auth.ts, you see here, we have the user ID in our session object already. So what we can do in our route, rather than make this extra API call just to get the session, I'm going to get rid of all of these here. And I'm going to say const user ID. And this is going to be equal to session.user and here .id. We know we have the ID because we set it in the extra check here like this. All right, we're still getting an error because ID does not exist on type name, email, and image. It doesn't know, but we are aware that we have the ID property. So I'm just going to leave it and get rid of this user. And here, this user ID, I'm just going to get rid of this. And now this points here. Okay, so this is how we can, stop the extra API call. I'm going to save this. And one other thing, for some weird reason, when I was working on this function, I was making use of the term products. So I'm just going to change this to projects like this. And that's about it. Let's test that everything still works properly in creating a project. I'll come back to the browser. And I'm just going to quickly reload our page. And it does reload. I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to give this a name. I'm just going to call this a name of, I don't know. I lack some creatives in generating names. So I'm just going to give it a name of, first project or anything like that. And say this is a description. And I'll click on create. And if it's successful, yes, we see project created. And if we reload, we should see the first project here. Yes, we see it here as well. So everything works fine. And our app or our application has been optimized to at least not make an extra API call. So now we can proceed to the edit functionality. To work on our edit functionality, I'm just going to close all. And we are going to work in our API project route.ts. Let's set up the API route first. And I'm going to export an asynchronous function. And this function is going to be a patch request. And for the parameter, we have request, which is going to be of type request. And we also have response, which is going to be of type response. And what do we need to edit? We are going to request all this data from our front end. So request.json. And we are going to be requesting the description. We're also going to need the name, the ID, and the slug. All right, so we're going to see how we're obviously not editing all of these, but when we go to the front end, we're going to see how we can customize this. So for a simple check, if there's no description, or if there is no name, or if there is no ID, or if there is no slug, then we are going to return a new next response, and we're just going to say please all fields are required. And for a status, or for the status, we're going to set status of 500 like this, or it could be 400. All right, so if we have all of these, now it is time we go on to update. And in case of errors, let's quickly return a new next response that says error updating, and we send back a status of 500. For debugging purposes, we can log this error to the console. And what else? So in our try block, let's get our updated post. And this updated post, we are going to await prisma.project, and we have the update function which takes in an object. And first we need to have our matcher, so our condition on which project we want to edit. So we're going to edit a project where the ID is going to be equal to this ID coming from the front end, and then we need to pass the data, so the data we are updating. So we're going to pass the description, the name, as well as the slug. So this is it. If it's successful, we are going to return a next response, and this next response, the JSON object, we are going to pass the updated, did I call it post? Now this is project, so updated project, and then we need to pass this object with a status of 200 and a status text of successful. All right, so that's about it, and that's all we need for setting up our API endpoint. And now we can proceed to the front end. All right, so let's come over to our app, and in our app, our page, and in our page, let's have a function. So this function helps us to submit the form to create a new project, and we can have another one that we call handle update. Now this is an asynchronous function, and first we are going to always get the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to slugify name, and which name, the name is going to be coming from our form data.name, and then we can have our try catch block. Okay, so in case of any errors, again we are just going to toast the error, so toast.error, and we go with error.response.data like this, and this error is of type any. So in our try block, we're going to be destructuring all these things from awaiting our Axios call. So we're going to await Axios, and remember it has to be a patch request, going to /API/projects, and then we pass our data. Okay, so remember our backend is expecting us to pass the description, name, ID, and slug. Okay, so we need to pass the ID, and now we have our form data.id. Okay, and we need to pass what? We also need to pass the description, and description is also coming from our form data.description like this. and we need to pass the name, which is going to be our form data.name. And lastly, we pass the slug like this. And if it's successful, let's go on and destructure our status text. And we're not going to make use of the data. So we're just going to toast dot success our status text over here. So how do we know, or how do we call this function? So what we can do, we can have a state over here. So as we have is create project, we can have another local state. So is edit project, and here set is edit project. All right, so we can come to I'm going to take off this form data. So we can come to our handle submit, and after preventing the default, we can check if is edit project is true. Then we are going to call this our handle update. So we are going to call this our update function. And we're not just going to call it like this, we are going to return. And once we return, we know that this other code below that creates the project is not going to be called. So in that case, we are just going to call our handle update. All right, so that is it. But now we need to, if we come over to handle update here, you see we need to populate this form data. And we also need to show our model whenever we are editing a project. So I'll come to our project table, because in our project table, that's where we have the edit button. All right, so let's come over to our, where is it? So this is our edit button, and on click, we can have a function. Let's just call it edit handler like this. So on click of this button, we are going to call this function. And here, let's have the function edit handler. This is going to be equal to this arrow function. And edit handler, we want to go on and update our form. So this edit handler is going to take the project, and this is going to be of type project. Okay, where is project coming from? This project type is coming from our model, and that means on click of this, we're going to use the function way, and so that we can pass the project to this function. And remember, we are mapping through each project here to display our table. So once we click on edit, we call this function, and this function is going to have the project. Because we have the project, we want to do two things. We want to let our application know that we are editing, and that means we can come over here and take this set is edit project, and we can pass it to our project table. So we're going to set this edit project to this. We have this error, but we can come over here and receive this as prop. And for the prop type, I'm just going to one hack. You can come over here. So set is edit project and just copy this. Okay, so this is the type, and you can use this over here. All right, so we need to go on and import all these types. So I'm just going to add all missing imports, and all of these will be coming from React. So let me quickly format this. All right, so we have this is edit project. We can bring it out from our props. And once we go on to edit, we are going to set is edit project to true. And what else are we going to do? We also want to set the form data. Okay, so we are going to pass this set form data, which is this type. I'm going to copy this type again. Actually, I'm going to copy all of these because we need it now in the edit project, and I'm going to paste it here. So we're going to receive set form data from props, and I'm going to destructure it here. We have an error because now our project table needs additional prop. So it needs the prop we just passed. So set form data is going to be equal to set form data, and we have an error. So let's see what is the type of set form data. All right, okay, so this type needs of type form data, and this is our form data interface. So I'm going to copy this, and here we don't have the interface. That's why we get the error. So I'm going to paste it here, and the error is gone. So here we have set form data. I'm going to paste it here. And now we are going to set the form data to the project. Okay, so this ID is going to be coming from project.id. We're also going to set the description, which is going to be project.description. Then we're going to set the name, which is going to be project.name, like this. Okay, so and lastly, we want to go on and show our form. So we want to also show the form when we are editing the project. So this is the function that helps us to show our form. If you come over to our project form, where is it? So you see it's visible, it's tied to this show form. So we can pass this setter here to help us to update and set show form. Where is it? So I'm going to copy its type again. It's going to dispatch a type of boolean. Come here and I'm going to receive it from props, like this. Okay, so here we need our, I think it's set show form, like this. And now our error is gone. We can bring this from our props, and whenever we click on this edit handler, we are also going to go on and show our form. So we're going to set this to true. Okay, and now we can come over here and save this. So we have this is edit project. Are we making use of it? Yes, we are. Okay, and before we go on to save this, if we come over to our project form, you see over here, we would always have the text of either we're creating or this create over here. So now this form needs to be aware when we are editing so that we can update the label we have here on this button. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to get is, where is it? Is edit project. So whenever we're editing our project, we want to have a different label. So this is going to be of type boolean, and we can bring this from here. And if we are editing the project, how do we do this? So we have is create project. If it's true, we have this text of creating. And what we can do otherwise, in this otherwise block, we can check if is edit project is true. We are going to show the text of edit. Otherwise, we are going to show the text of create. So I'm going to put edit here. And why are we having an error? Let's see. That's because we are not passing is edit project here, like this. So is edit project. So I'm going to save this. And let's see if we've done everything correctly. I'll come back to the browser and quickly reload. And let's try to edit this first project and let's call it our second project. So you see our form gets populated. That's okay. And now I'm going to call this second project and click on edit. So we don't see any editing. We see it's successful and we don't remove our form. So I'm just going to come here. How do we take off the form? I'm just going to come here. Where's the function that helps us to update? So in our page.tsx, we have this handle update, and here we can have a finally block, and we can set show form to false, like this. All right, so now with this, if we are done editing, we will no longer see our form. And you see here, we see our second project, which shows the edit already works. And I'm just going to add, some dots here to see if the form goes away. I'll click on edit. It goes on to edit. Our form goes and successful. To see the update, we can quickly reload our application and we see our edit functionality is working as expected. So now we have this working. We can go over to our project page. So this page over here, if we click on the project, you see we try to load this slug here, and we don't go to this slug. We instead go to a 404 page. So let's work on that. And because this slug is going to be used as a URL, I'm just going to update it by taking away the extra dots that we had at the back. Yep, and everything works fine. So let's go on and work on our project page next. Currently in our application, we have the functionality to create a project and we can also edit a project. Okay, and if we click on a single project, you see we are redirected to a 404 page. So /project and then the slug. And let's go on to create this page. I would like to update something. I would like this to be /projects rather than /project. And that is, we come over to our home page, and that is our project table component. And in here, when we click on edit, I'm going to go to /projects like this. All right, so let's go on and create that page. And in our pages, in our app, I'm going to create a new folder for projects. And then I'm going to create a new folder for slug. And in that slug, I'm going to create the page.tsx file. All right, so this is going to be the page that we load. And what do we call this page? We can call this, you can just call this project item. So a single project page. And I'm going to save this and take off the React import. So let's save this, come back to our application. And if we click on this, let's see the page we are redirected to. So we are redirected correctly to the project item page. So the first thing I would like to do is to have our API route. So in our APIs folder, I'm gonna create, let's see, we have a project, and we want to go on and fetch a single project. So we are gonna have a slug like this, and inside this slug we are gonna have the routes. So a route.tsx file here, and let's write out the code for fetching a single product from the database. So I'm gonna have this constant asynchronous function, and I'm gonna call it get. Okay, so it's gonna be a get request. So I'm gonna get the request, which is gonna be of type request, and then we get the response, which is also of type response, like this. All right, and we have an error, so I must have, sorry, this is meant to be no export. Okay, so this is it. And what do we want to do? We want to go on and fetch. Okay, so what we can do, we can have our try catch block. And in case of any errors, I'm just going to return a new, like this, a new next response. And we need to import next response from next server. And then I'll say cannot fetch data, like this, and with a status of 500. So we have this, and in our try block, let's try to fetch a project. So I'm gonna get a project, and this is gonna be by awaiting. So we need to await Prisma, not print. So Prisma, which is coming from our libs. So we need to await Prisma. I'm just gonna bring this down. And there we're gonna call project, and we want to find a unique project. So find unique. And we're going to find the project where, what's now, where the slug, so this is our object, where the slug is going to be equal to what? So we need to get this slug from the param. And if you remember, this is we call this folder slug, okay? And because we call this folder slug, we are going to be able to have this slug in our parameter. And for us to do this, I am going to change this response here. And this response, I'm going to call params like this. And these params, for TypeScript to be happy, I'm just going to say is of type any. All right, so before we proceed, I'm just going to comment out this line of code. We are going to definitely get an error, it's fine. But I would just want us to log params to the console so that we see what it actually looks like before we continue. And that means we need to call this API route. So this route is /projects and then a slug. So over here in our project item page, I'm going to just use our use effect and then have our callback function like this. And inside of our use effect, we want to go on and fetch project. So I'm going to have this const fetch project is going to be equal to this asynchronous function. And over here, we also need to get the slug. All right, so how do we get the slug? We can make use of a hook provided to us by Next.JS, and that hook is the use params hook, like this. And use params should be imported from Next navigation. So the param we're going to destructure here is slug. Why slug? Why, this name of slug? And that's because we named this file over here. That's because we named this folder slug, and that's why it's, called slug. And we can as well log this to the console. So console.log slug, or, to be sure, I'm just going to call this params so that you see what is actually inside, and console.log params. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and to be sure our application is still running. Yes, it is. And because we're making use of this hook, we need to not forget to make use of the use client directive. So let's come back to the browser, and should be fine. I'm going to open up the console, and we see params is an object. Okay, an object that contains the slug to do application, and that is the slug here to the application. And this slug, so param is called slug because, once again, we named this slug. So if you use ID here, you should be expecting to see ID. So we can go on and destructure slug from here. And now we know we have our slug. We can make use of it to send the API request. So we're going to destructure this from data. And this is going to be the result of awaiting our Axios call. So Axios, and it has to be a get request, and the URL is going to be dynamic, hence I'm going to use backtick. So /API/projects, and then we need to inject the slug here. All right, so this is our URL. We need to also add this slug to our use effects. So I'm just going to add it here to our area of dependency. And we have our data. So I'm just quickly going to also have a local state. So somewhere here, I'm going to have a local state where I call this project, and then set project, which is going to be equal to use state. And use state is going to be by default what? So by default null, okay? And once we get our data, we are going to update our state. So over here, we are going to set project to the data. Okay, so we can use TypeScript and say this is going to be of type what? So it's going to be of type null, but not just null, it's also going to be of type project. I'm going to come to that in a second, and let's quickly call this fetch project. So once we call this fetch project in our route, I just want us to see this params object over here. So I'm going to open this, and here do we see? Yes, so we see slug to do application. Okay, it's okay to see this error. We're not sending back any response or anything like that. So we see slug, which is to do application. So now we are sure we are getting this slug. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring this back in. So the slug is going to be, so let's open the terminal again. So params, if I do Control Z, you see params is going to be an object where we have slug. Okay, so we need to destructure slug from our params object over here. Okay, or we can just go with params.slug directly. And if we save this and we reload our front end, so I'm just quickly going to reload our front end, and let's see over here, we see to do application. Okay, so everything is working fine. Now we can go on to write our matching condition where we get our project where slug is going to be equal to param.slug. We are going to get our project, and once we do, we are going to return a next response. And this next response.json, we're going to have our project, and then we are going to have this object where we set the status to 200, And we can as well set the status text to successful, like this. So we have done our endpoint. I think this is all we need to do, at least for now. So if we come over to our page and let's quickly log data, or we could just log projects to the console. Okay, so over here, I'm just going to quickly log project to the console, and we should see null, and then we see the project. Okay, so this is a project coming from our backend. You see it has a created at description and all of these properties. So up next, we are going to be working on this page and on making sure that we are correctly rendering the project, and most importantly, how we can go on to get the project board, because we want to be able to then show our different project boards. So let's work on that next. We are currently fetching our project, and what are we going to do next? Let's display our project here. And before we continue, we have our project, which is null, could be null or of type project. So I'm just going to say if we don't have any project, then let's go on and return empty fragment. And we need to set the type for our project. So here in our app, not in our app, so in our source folder, I'm going to create a models folder. Okay, we have one already. And in here, I am going to create, so let's go inside and let's see. So this is our project. So we already have what our project looks like. And that means we can make use of it over here. So this is going to be of type null, or going to be of type project, coming from our model folder over here. All right, so with this now, we can come here. Okay, so rather than just display the project, item, first let me make this an asynchronous, not asynchronous. We have fragments over here. And what are we going to display here? Oh, I'm getting that nasty error. I'm going to have this div, and let's quickly style it. I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 6, and this div is going to have a h4, and this h4, give it a class name of text to SL and font bold, like this, font bold. Okay, and in here we want to display the project name. Okay, so here we'll display the project.name, and next we're going to have a paragraph where we display the project. Where is it? So project.description. And in this paragraph, we can just give it text base, and then we can give it a text gray of 600. So let's save this, come over to our application, and then we see correctly we are displaying the name and the detail. If we come over to our dashboard and then we click on the second project, you see here we have the second project, and we also have the description. Okay, so what are we going to do next? Now we are correctly displaying our project. We need to go on and fetch our project board as well. So we need to have our project board, but with Prisma, we need to include our project board here for our project board to be available. Because if we go over to our schema, so our Prisma schema, you see that each project has a project board. But over here, if we log project to the console, you'll see we are not even seeing the project board. So we want that to be included in our results. So here, so if we just bring this here, you see we don't have our project board. And to include it, I'm going to come here, and on the side note, whenever you make a change to your schema Prisma, you need to sync it with your database. So npx prisma db push is going to help you to push your changes to your database. All right, so in our route, we want to go on and we want to add or include the project board. So here we also have this include property, which is an object, and we want to include project board like this, and we can just go on and say true. Okay, but we also need the feature. So we not just need the project board, we also need the feature. So we can also come into the project board, because let's quickly take a look at our schema. You see over here that each project board also have features, okay, like this, features. So we want to include features, and then we are going to say true. So if we save this and we come back to the browser, and let's see what we now have in our project, we don't see. So I'm quickly going to reload this so that we fetch new data. And here you see we have project boards. We don't save our features because project board is empty. So now we are sure we are getting our project board. Let's have the ability to create a project board. Okay, so let's have the ability to create a project board. So we are going to be working on that next. Let's have the ability to create a project board. And for that, just here, I'm going to have this div. And this div is going to have a class name of grid. So we're going to display grid and place content center and hover. I'm going to give this a BG gray. So we can go with F5, F5, F5 like this. And then cursor pointer, and also rounded to XL, border 4. Yep, border 4 like this. And let's give it a dotted border, flex none. And then I'm going to give it a width of 354 pixels and a height of 20 pixels like this, and a PY of 7. Alright, so inside this div, we are going to display one of our React icons. So it's the AI fill plus circle, like this. And let's just make it a little bit big. So I'm going to give this a class name of text6xl, like this. And quickly at the top, I'm going to be importing this from React icons over here. Sorry, I think I missed it. So React icons and the AI fill, so /AI. All right, so we have this. Let's check out our browser, and we have this button. And once we click on the button, we want to go on and create a form. Yep, we want to show a form that would help us to create a project board. And as always, we need to have it in our component. We don't have the API endpoint, but I think we should get started with the API endpoint, and before we can come over to the front end. So let me quickly do that in our API and creating the API. So here, where is it? So this is our API. We have projects, and our project, we have our route.tsx. So we have a get function. Sorry, I'm going to create a project board. So not this. I'm going to create a project board because we need it on different endpoints. And here I'm going to have our route.ts. Okay, so how is this going to be? We're going to export a asynchronous function. This function, we can call it post. We're just going to take the request object and also response. And in here, we are going to have our function body. So what are we going to need to create a project board? If we check our schema, so quickly our Prisma schema. So we need, all this comes automatically. We need status, we need the order, we need the slug, okay? And those are the three main things we need to create a project. So I'm gonna destructure all of those from our request.json like this. So I'm gonna be expecting status, and we can also expect the project ID and the slug. Okay, because we are going to create a project board, and that project board belongs to a project. So we need to know the ID of which we are going to be creating the project board. So quickly, if we don't have any status, or where is it? Or if we don't have any project board ID, or if there is no slug, then we are going to go on and return a new next response, not next request, next response. And we're just going to say, please, all fields are required, and with a status of 400, like this. And after our if block, then we can have our try catch. All right, we have our try catch, and in case of any errors, I'm just going to log this to the console for debugging purposes, and then I'm going to return a new next response, which I'll just say creation error, and a status of 500. So status of 500, like this. And then in our try block, let's go on and create the project. So to create this project board, we need to also create the order. Okay, so we need a way, or to find a way to create the order. And I'm going to write out this code, and then I'm going to explain it in a second. So maximum order result is going to be equal to awaiting Prisma, and then dot project board. And then let's make use of the aggregate function. And for argument, we're going to go with where underscore max, and then we say order true. Okay, and then we also go on and say where. So just here, we can say where for the project ID, like this. So this gives us the max order, and we need this to be able to calculate the next order. So we're going to have this const next order, and this is going to be our max order result, and then dot max, like this, and then just add this check, and then we say dot order. If this is true, then we want to go on and increase the order so that each project is going to have a sequential order. So 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be very useful when we want to implement the drag and drop functionality, because then we're going to sort by order. Okay, and then we can say that if it is true, then we're going to go with max order result dot underscore max, and then dot order plus 1. Otherwise, we are just going to start at 1, okay, which is the first order. Now we have our next order. We can go on and safely create our project. So we can have our created project board, which is going to be equal to awaiting our Prisma dot project board dot create. And then for data, it's going to be this object where we pass the slug, we pass the status, we also pass the project, and we need to connect this project board to a particular project. Okay, and that's why we have this connect, and we're going to connect it by ID, where the ID is going to be equal to the project board ID. And lastly, we need the order, and this is going to be our next order, like this. All right, and since we have been able to create our project board, what are we going to do next? We are going to return a next response dot JSON, like this. I will pass the created project board, and here we set a status of 200, not 300, of 200, and we set a status text of project board created. like this. So this is our API endpoint. And quickly, what is going on here? So what is this that is going on? So this Prisma.projectboard.aggregate, and now this is we making use of Prisma aggregate function method. And we're gonna use, or we are making use of it to perform aggregation operations on our project board table. And here, where we have this max order true, this is the aggregation operation that we are performing. And it's just going on to specify that we want the maximum value. Okay, so this maximum value of the order field. So this order field that we have, if we come over to our schema, this order field that we have. So we want the maximum value. And if we're able to get the maximum order that we have, we can rightly use it to create the next order. Okay, so that's why we have this order true. And this where project ID is just for filtering. So this is the condition that we use to filter the record. Okay, so this project board ID, we want to get this project board that belongs to this project. So this is just a filter mechanism, and this is what's going on here. So we get the maximum order, so we check if it's there, then the next project board is just going to have an order that increases. Otherwise, we know that we start at 1. So this is what's going on here. We have our endpoint ready. We're going to test it out in a second when we come back and work on our project, create project board form. So let's work on that next. Here, so we can get started with our add board form, and in our components, I'm just going to create a new folder, call this add board form. I'm going to copy this, and in here I'm going to add the TSX or the JSX file. Just gonna collapse all of these here. So inside this form, let's quickly have our JSX layout. And what are we gonna have here? So this form, we are obviously going to receive some props. So we can just say it's of type FC, which will be coming from React, and we can receive the props here. And what we're gonna do, let's go on and destructure the data from the props like this. All right, so this is a form, but first, because of our animation, let's have this div, and this div is going to have a class name of absolute. Obviously, we are going to be animating this as we've seen previously if a visible state is true. So let's have a type props, which is going to be equal to this object. We say is visible, and if that is not equal, it's going to be of type boolean, and that means we can destructure this property from here. Is visible. We are having this error because we haven't tied our props here. All right, so here we have absolute, a width of 80, a Z index of 55, like this, a BG gray 200, and rounded LG like this. Give it some shadow. And also now we are going to have our condition. If is visible is true, what are we going to do? We're going to apply these classes, otherwise we apply these other classes. So we're going to translate y, and that will be minus 150. Sorry, it's already at minus, so this is going to be 150%, and then left 1/2, that is 50%, like this. All right, and we're going to translate x 1/2, that's like this. All right, so if it's visible, then let's add our classes. It's going to come 50% from the left, okay, and also 50% from the top like this. And then we are going to translate x 50%, and also translate y 50%. And for animation, we're going to give it some transition on the transform property. So transition transform, and for a duration of 700 over here. So this is our wrapping div, and inside this div we're going to have a button type, not tab index. Type of this button is going to be button. Alright, and we are going to style it. So let's quickly give it these class names of absolute. Also give it top 3, right 2.5, text gray 400, and on hover a BG gray 200, and also on hover text gray 9. Did we miss it? So text gray 900, and rounded LG text SM width 8, height 8, ML auto, inline flex, justify center, item center, BG gray 600. Where is it? So BG gray 600 over here. So this is the button, and in here we are going to obviously have an event listener, and here let's display the MD cancel. Alright, so we get auto completion from React icons. And before we register our event listener, I just want to have a class name so we can have a quick preview. And this is just to make this bigger. So text 3SL, and we are going to show this form maybe somewhere around here. We're going to have our add bot form like this and make it visible. So let's save this, come back to the browser. We don't see the form. Why? I don't know, at least for now. And let's also display our model component, and as well let's go on to make it visible. Alright, so we see this and we see our model, everything is okay. So let's continue, and we are going to have an on-click listener on this. So on click, we are going to call a function that's going to help us to not really toggle, but to cancel or to close the form. So this is going to be the toggle add bot form. You can just call it like this. I'm going to copy this and receive this from props. And we have this error because over here we need to also say this is going to be of type function. The function that is returning nothing, so it returns void, and obviously we have an error here. I will fix that later. And after this button, let's go on and have this div. Alright, so let's have this div, and what's class name? So you can give it a px6, a py of 6. That means we can just give it a padding, of 6, since it takes a padding to the left, to the top and bottom, also to the left and right of 6. But on large devices, we're going to go with px of 8. So inside this div, we are going to have a h3 that says add project board. And for styling, just going to give this class name of mb4 text xl, like this, font medium. And let's save this and see what we have going. So we see our add project board, so our cancel button. Now is the time for us to have our form. So where is it? So is it going to be inside this div? Yep, so we can just register it inside this div. We would have our form without any action. Rather than action, we're going to be making use of on submit, and we can call handle board submit. And handle board submit, we are going to definitely receive this from the props. And here, to get rid of the error, we're going to have this, and this is going to be of type function that would be automatically called with the form event, which should be imported from React, and HTML form element like this. And we're going to return a promise that resolves to nothing. So that resolves to void. And this our form, I'll just give it a class name of space y6 here. All right, and in here we are going to have our input component. All right, so inside this form, let's have our input component, and this input component we are going to say is going to let's see, where did we import it from? Yes, we are yet to import, so I'm just going to press command or control full stop and import it from our input component. All right, so here we can have the type, which is going to be of type text. The name is going to be status. What else do we need? We need a label, and this label will be board status. What else? We need a placeholder, and a placeholder, we can just go with EG for example and say to do like this, and we can make this required. And for value is going to be, as we had before, where we had our board data. I'm going to come back to that, and a change of this input, we can have an update board handler function. All right, and what else after this input? We're going to have this button, and this type is, this time around, is going to be of type submit. And what else? The styling of this button, let's give it this class name of disabled. So disabled like this, bg gray 300. And talking about disabled, this button, we can disable this button if we are submitting the form. So we can also have this is submitting, and it's going to be disabled when we are submitting the form. All right, so quickly, this is pretty straightforward. I'm just going to take this and receive it from our props. So I can duplicate this and paste this here. All right, so for class name disabled, we give it this color. It's going to take the full width, text white, a BG blue of 700, and on hover, BG blue 500, focus state ring 4, and focus state again outline none, and then focus, where is it? Can give it ring blue of 300, font medium, rounded LG, text SM, and px words. Let's go with px5, py 2.5, and center the text. So text center like this. And inside this button, we are just going to say if we are submitting, then we are going to show the text of submitting. Otherwise, we are just going to add board like this. All right, so let's fix these errors. For value, let's say we receive a function, sorry, not a function, an object, where we can have board data. This is going to be an object, and then the status is going to be of type string. So now we can get board data here from our props, and for value we're going to say board data dot status, and then we need this function to update. So I'm also going to bring this in from our props, and in here, so update board handler is going to be this change is going to be of type change event handler on HTML input elements like this. So this is our component. Whenever we type into this input, we call update board handler, and this is going to be of type change event, and we need this is submitting. So everything looks okay. Let's reset the application. Is broken because we need to pass this prop. So let's go on and make sure that we can work with this add board form, give it the appropriate configurations, and finally create a project board and store it in our database. So let's work on that next. Okay, so let's get started, and let's start with it's visible, because for now the form is always visible. So how can we make it to not always be visible? We can use local state, and let's call this is what? So is add board form visible, and then set is add board form visible like this. Going to be equal to use state, which is going to be by default false. So now for our model, it's going to be visible if this is true, as well as this component. And next we need a function to toggle add board form. So I'm gonna just have a function where do I have this define it? I'm just gonna define it here, and I'm gonna call this function toggle add board form like this. And this is gonna be this function that is going to help us to set is add board form to what? So we're gonna have the previous state, and we are going to return the inverse like this. And now we can take this and pass it over here. So what else do we need? Let's see, we need the board data. So this board data, we can set it in state here. So const board data, and then set board data is going to be equal to use state, and use state by default we're going to have status, which is an empty string. So now we can take board data and pass it over here. So board data. So what else do we need? We need the handle board submit. I'm going to work on this last because this should be submitting the form to the backend. And then is submitting. Do we have it here? No, we don't. So I'm going to quickly duplicate this and call this is submitting, and here set is submitting like this, and pass the reference of is submitting prop to this. And what else we need? Update board handler. And what else do we need? Nothing. All right, so let's work on update board handler. So I'm gonna have a function that I will call update board handler, and let's define the function here. So const update board handler is going to be equal to this function. Remember, this function gets called automatically with the event, okay, here. And another way we can define this, we can say this is going to be of type change event handler, and for HTML input elements like this. So we have our event object here, and that means we can destructure this from our event.target. So what are we going to destructure? We would be destructuring the event target name, that's the name, and as well the value. This might be overkill, so this way of updating the set board data could be overkill, but I think it's needed in case you have more state properties, and it usually works fine for objects, so that you can easily update rather than do it manually. So the previous state, and here the name, the only name we have is status, but it's fine, and then we have the value. All right, so this is it for the update board handler function. And lastly, we are going to work on the handle board submit function. So let's work on this, and I'm going to call the function handle board submit like this. And I'm going to define the function here. So handle board submit is going to be equal to an asynchronous function like this. So this asynchronous function is going to be called with the event, and then we can revert back to the type and say it's going to be of type form event. So you either do like this or like this, anyone works. And then for HTML form, where is it? So HTML form element like this. And in here, we need to go on and call prevent default. So event dot prevent default. And what do we do next? We can set is submitting. We can set it to true, not there. All right, and let's get the slug. Okay, because let's take a look at our API endpoint once more. We see our project board is going to need the status, the project ID, and the slug. So we already have the project ID. We have the slug in our form, sorry, the status. So now let's have our slug. So const our slug is going to be coming from slugify, and we're going to slugify the status like this. And this is meant to be our board data status. All right, so we have our slug. We can go on to have our try catch block. And in case of errors, what are we going to do? Just gonna toast dot error, and you can go with error dot response dot data, and we can say error is going to be an any type, so it's going to be of type any. All right, and here in our try block, we can go on and destructure the status text from, we await our axios dot post, because it has to be a post request, to slash API slash project board. Okay, so slash API slash project board, inside this route is post. So that's why it's going to be, or has to be, a post request. And the post request always has a the body. So we're going to have status, and this is going to come from our board data. So our board data the status, it also needs the project ID. So we have our project here, so project.id, and then we pass the slug. So this is all we need. Let's quickly do some cleanup in our finally block. And this finally block, we're going to set what? So we're going to set board data like this, just reset the status back to an empty string, and set is submitting. So let's set it back to false. And what next do we set? Let's see our state. We can go on to set, to hide the form. So I'm just going to copy this and hide the form like this. So let's save. Everything looks okay. But as always, before I try this out, I just, let's log this to the console. So our form what? Form data, not form data, our board data. So I'm going to log this to the console and open the terminal or the browser window. Okay, class name. Where are we making this mistake? Class name, I totally don't know. It doesn't tell me where I misspelled. I think add board form. So let's go back to add board form, and I'll just search this mistake, and yep, so this has to be class name. So I'm gonna save this and come back to application, quickly reload to see if we have any errors. No, we don't have any errors. I'm gonna click on this, and we don't see our form. And that is because we haven't added our, that's because we haven't added our listener to, to this. So over here, we're just gonna add on click. So I would add it to the, so on click here, I'm gonna call what? Toggle add bot form. So now we have registered this. Let's come back to application, our browser, we click, we see the form, and we need to add the status. All right, so I'm just going to add the status of, let's say, to do. I'll click on add, and yes, so we see our status here, and that means everything is working fine up until this point. And now we can try to create. So I'm going to destructure our status text, and once we are done, I'm going to toast.success and pass our status text. So save this, come back to the browser. I'm just going to reload to be sure everything is working as expected. And I'm going to click on this. We see our form, and I'm going to add a form or a board of to do. And I click on add board. So it's submitting, and we get an error. All fields are required. All right, we don't actually know the need or the reason why we see the error. So project ID, do we pass project ID? No. So we pass project, it has to be project ID. I'm gonna save this, come back here, and let's try again. So with the text of to do, and click on add board. So it's submitting, and finally our project board has been created. Let's come over here and let's log this to the console. So console.log project. I'm gonna save this, and if we open the browser, sorry, the terminal over here, now we see our project board, and here we see the order is 1, and we see features comes along, and we see our slug to do. So everything works according to plan. So next, let's go on and display our project board on our UI. So let's display our to do over here. We're going to be working on that next. Let's display our project board. And how do we do this? So this is a project name and description. So somewhere here I'm gonna have this div, okay, and this div I'm going to make sure that this is also contained inside the div here. All right, so this is a div, and then here we have the plus button. And I'm going to give this a class name of flex, give it a gap of 6, and item starts like this. All right, and in here, we are going to display our project board. So in here, we're going to have our project board. Let's quickly create our project board component. So I'm going to come, close our APIs for now. And in our component, I'm going to create another component of project board. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create a project board.tsx file, and this is the JSX layout. And how are we going to go about this? First I'm going to mark it as a client component, making use of the use client directive. We always need props. So I'm going to come here and say type props, and props is going to take in the board heading, type string. What else? Sorry, we forgot our equals to here. Very much needed. And then we have our toggle add feature form. For now, I'm not going to be making use of this because we're not discussing how to add feature. We're going to need this because in the project board, we're going to have a plus button. And once we click on the plus button, we want to add a feature to that board. So let's say we have a to-do board, and then we're going to have features or tags that are on that to-do. So those tags in our application, we call them feature. And then we're going to have a setter to set the selected board ID, and this is going to be of type dispatch, which should be imported from React. And what type of action is going to be the set state action, which is a generic type, and say we're going to be dispatching or updating of type string. We need the board ID, which is also going to be of type string, and then we need the num of features. So number of features that this board has going to be of type number, and that's about it. So we're going to take these prop types and we are going to pass it to this project board like this. Receive the props as an argument here, so that over here we can destructure all of these from the props. So all of these, so the board heading, board ID, number of features, selected board, and this to toggle the add feature. So now let's focus on our JSX. So we have a class name which is going to be dynamic. So flex row. Why is it going to be dynamic? Let's see. So it's not going to be dynamic because we don't have is visible and all of that here. So I'm just going to get rid of this. So we have flex and we also have flex row. I'm going to justify between items center, a padding bottom of 6, a border bottom of 2. Yep. And let's give it a border bottom, and let's give it a color. So this hex code of hash 30E575. Yep. And here we're not going to have this name project board. We're going to have another div. It's a simple class name of flex item center, and this div we're going to have another div. So this div is actually going to be self-closing, and for class name I'm going to give it a width 2, a height of 2, and a bg of I think this same color. So I'm going to copy this hex code and use it over here. So this background rounded full and margin right 2. So after this div I'm going to have a paragraph, and this paragraph we are going to display the board heading. And for class name, what class name we're going to give? Let's give it a medium font. So font medium and a margin right of 3. And after that, we're going to have this paragraph where we display the number of features. So number of features. And for class name, I'm going to give this a width of 6, a height of 6, text center, flex, items center, justify center, and this bg here of E0, E0, E0. And what else? We're gonna give the text this color. So this hex code, so hashtag, let's say 625F6D. Okay, and then rounded full like this. All right, here we display the number of features. All right, so what else do we have, or what else do we need? We need a button that is going to help us to add a feature. Okay, and this button we can display it below here. So we have this button, and this button is just going to have a text of plus. For class name, not class, so class name, we're going to give this button a white text, so text white, and a bg of the bg we had before, 30E575, like this. And what else? px2, py1, rounded lg, font medium, and text lg. All right, and we obviously need an onClick event, and I'm going to use this function way, and in here I'm going to toggle add feature and also call set selected ID. Where is it? Selected board ID. This is going to be board ID. So this is it. We have this project board. We can come over here and display it. So to display it, we have our project, and our project we can call .project board. We are not seeing project board, and that's because if we come over to our model, where is it? Here, we have not added the model for our project board. So let's add it now. And I'm going to define a type for it, project board. And this is going to be equal to this object. So in our project, I'm going to say project is going to have project boards. Where is it? So project boards, which is going to be an array of project board. So let's define the type. We're going to have an ID, which is going to be of type string. We're also going to have created. Where is it? Created at type date and updated at, which is also going to be of type date. Then we have the status, which is going to be of type string, and we have the order, which is going to be of type number, and then we have the slug, and the slug is going to be of type string. We have the project ID, which is going to be of type string, and we're going to come back to features later. So for now, we're just going to set it to be an empty array. Okay, we're going to come back to features later. So we can come over to our page, and now if we go and we see project dot, yes, we see project boards, and that means we can map. And when we map, we get each project board like this. And what are we going to return? So let's see. We are going to return our project board. So project board like this, coming from our components. So before we go on to pass the different properties that we need to pass, I'm going to cut this because I want to add this inside a div. So let me see. I'm going to add this inside of a div. So let's go on and cut this and have this in a div. Now this is going to enable me to style this by giving it this bg of hashtag f5, f5, f5. Let's see. Yep. And then flag string 0. I'm going to give it this width of 354 pixels and rounded to XL. Where is it? So rounded to XL, PY3 and PX6. Alright, so we have this. And if we check this, not this, sorry. If we check somewhere here, you see we gave it this width of 354 and the same width here, just so that we have this consistent layout. Because we're mapping, let's not forget to provide a key, which is going to be the project board ID. And what else do we need? We need the heading, which is going to be equal to project board dot heading. That's what I think is status. Yeah, project board dot status. We need the board ID, which is going to be equal to project board dot ID. What else do we need? Sorry. We need the number of features, and number of features is going to be equal to, where is it? Project board dot features dot feature and dot length. What else do we need? We need selected board ID and set selected board ID. We're going to fix this in a second, but then I'm going to copy this and use this here. And lastly, we need this toggle add feature. I'm just going to return this since we're not working on the feature functionality yet. And this set, I'm going to have it here. So somewhere here. So const this is going to be equal to use state, and we pass an empty string. So not just set selected board ID, we also need to set selected board ID like this. So let's save this and let's see if we see our project board. All right, so we see cannot read property of undefined reading length. So why are we having this error? So project board dot feature, we're having the error. So I'm gonna comment this out so that we can log this to the console. I'm gonna cut this, and when I cut this, I'm gonna use this object so that I can return this. All right, and now this is gonna enable me to console.log our project board like this. And for this, I'm just gonna give it 0. Okay, it needs a number. I'm gonna give it 0. And let's see what we have in our console.log. We have this error. All right, so we see what to do. We see 0. And why are we having an error? So in here, our object we have is meant to be project board dot features. All right, so I spelled feature. It was meant to be feature. So I'm gonna revert my changes to do Ctrl Z. Okay, like this. And this is meant to be features. We have this error because here we called it feature. So it's meant to be features like this. So everything is fine. If we come here, everything works as expected. So now we are, we can go on and create another project board. So to do, let's call this in progress. Let's add board, submitting project board created. Let's quickly reload the page and let's see, we see in progress. Now this in progress is meant to stack side by side. So successfully we see that we can create a project. So why isn't it stacked side by side? Did we miss out on a styling? Let's see. Let's come over to our project board. I think everything is okay here. And this project here, flex string. Did we miss it somewhere? All right, so what's going to happen to fix this and to have it stack, on top side by side rather than having it stack on each other? I'm going to do this off screen so I don't take much of your time. Not to do it actually, but I'm going to see the class name that we can provide so that it is stacked side by side. And after that, so in the next video, we're going to make sure that we can add a feature to a project board. So let's go on and come back to work on that. All right, let's fix our error. If we come back to application, you see that we have our project board stacked on top each other, and it's quite an easy fix. So to fix it, you just have to take this div and use it here. And I'm just gonna move this one level top. And we have the error because of the key. So I'm gonna cut this key and add it to this wrapping div over here. So this fixes it. If we come back to our application, now we see our project card, they are stacked side by side. And now let's work on this functionality of adding a feature. All right, a feature, you could refer to a feature as a tag. So whenever we click on this button, we want to go on and add a feature. To do this, we need to have a form. So somewhere here, we can have an add feature form. So let's create a component for that. So here in our components over here, I'm going to add another folder. So add feature form like this. I'm going to go on and copy and add the TSX. Sorry, I didn't copy actually. So add feature form dot TSX here. Okay, so this is our component, which is going to be receiving some props. So we can mark this straight away as a functional component, which is going to be making use of the type props, which we can define over here. So type props is going to be equal to an object. Here we can receive the props, and over here we can destructure the values coming from props like this. So what is this component prop? What is it going to have? It's going to have this is visible, which is going to be a boolean type. We're also going to have a toggle, so a function that is going to help us to toggle the form. So toggle add feature form. This is going to be a function that returns nothing. What else are we going to need? We are going to need a function to help us submit the form. So we're going to have this handle feature submit, which is going to be called with the event of type form event and HTML form element. So HTML form element, and this is going to return a promise that resolves to nothing, so resolve to void. And we need to handle the feature change. So when we type into the input, so we can have this handle feature change, and this is going to be a function gets called with the event, this time change event. And this change event, we are going to say is going to be of type HTML. Where is it? So HTML input element. All right, and what else? What else? Handle feature change, and we return nothing. We return void. And let's get our feature form data. All right, this is going to be an object. We're going to, have the name of type string. We're also going to have the description. The backend needs this. This is going to be of type string. And then we're going to have the finish date, which is also going to be of type string. All right, normally we usually start by creating our API endpoint, and we don't have any of that yet. We just have our project. So we are going to be working on that after we have set our form. So we are going to be working on that. All right, so what do we have next? We can destructure all these properties from our prop, so it's visible. We can also get feature form data, handle feature change, handle feature submit, and this function. All right, so this is all we need. And for this div, it's just going to be more like what we've had previously. So I'm going to copy these two. I'm going to copy these two so that we can reuse it here. So I'm going to cut this and paste it here. We need a closing div. So I'm going to close it, and everything should be fine. So it's visible. What do we call it? Yeah, there's a typo. So it's meant to be is visible here. And MD cancel. Do we get auto completion this time? Yep. So we can go on and import from React icons, and rather than toggle add bot form, we're going to toggle add feature form like this. All right, so this is one, and then we can go on and have another div, and this div we're going to give it a class name of px6 py6, and on lg px words 8 like this. All right, so let's have our form here, not an action. So we're going to have an on submit, and on submit we can call handle feature submit, and for class name I'm just going to give it space y6. Okay, so next let's have our input component, and our input component is going to be coming from our component, and we're going to have a label, and then we can call this feature name. We're also going to have name, which is going to be what do we use for this? We can use name. We're going to see if we change this later because we don't have our endpoint. I'm not quite sure, but we can go with name, and we give it a type of text. You can give it a placeholder, And the placeholder, we can say enter feature name. And what else do we need to pass? We can pass the value, which is going to be equal to our form. Is it not feature form data? And then dot name. And then what else? On change, we can call handle feature change and make this required like this. And then I'm going to bring this 2 more times so that we can have our description and our finish date. So this label, we are just going to go with description. For the name is going to be description. So I can copy this and use description over here. It's also going to be of type text. For placeholder, we can say enter description. So placeholder, enter description. And for value, it's also going to be description, and everything remains the same. And this is going to be for our finish date. And what else? So name is going to be finish date. Type text. Placeholder is going to be enter, or since it's going to be a drop down, so we can say select, where is it? Finish date. And that means we need to change this to type date. And for date, for value, it's going to be finish date, and every other thing remains the same. So let's quickly wrap this up with our button component, which is going to help us to submit the form. So we're going to give it a type of submit. And for the name, you're going to have create feature. Like this. Class name with full, text white, BG blue 700. On hover, we're going to give it a BG blue of 800. Focus ring 4. On the focus state, we're going to give it a ring of 4. What else? And focus, let's say outline none. Where is it? Okay. And focus ring blue 300. Okay, font medium, rounded LG, text SM. So text small, text XM, PX 5, PY 2.5, and text center. Where is it? So text center like this. All right, and this is about it, create feature. And before we continue, I would like us to work with the API endpoint. Did we make any changes? So we can render it here. But let's fix the API endpoint so that I am sure of these values. So here where we have name, description, and the finish date. All right, so we are going to come back and work on that next. All right, let's work on our feature API endpoint. So in our source app API, we're going to have a features folder, and in here a route.ts file. Okay, and we're going to export an async function. I'm going to call this post, and for parameter we take request, which is going to be of type request, and then response, which is going to be of type response. And what else do? We can have a try catch block, and I'm quickly going to handle the catch block. So we are going to log the error to the console, and we're going to return a new next response, and we can just say creation error, and with a status of 500. So this is it, and now we can handle our creation. Okay, so to create a project, what are we going to need? A feature actually. Let's go and destructure all of this from awaiting request.what. So awaiting request.json. We are going to be expecting the front end to pass the name, to pass the description, to also pass the finish date. We would also need the project board ID because we want to know the feature, the project board that this feature is going to belong to. So we're going to expect the front end to pass this as well as the slug. We can generate this slug on the back end. Actually, I don't think it's a better practice to generate the slug on the back end, but it's fine. You know, you can quickly just generate slug by doing like this, which is going to be equal to, where is it? It's equal to slugify. You import slugify and then you use the name or whatever and create. So it's fine any which ways you would like to work with this. All right, so up next we are going to just have our check. If we don't have any name, or there is no description, or there is no finish date, or there is no slug, or there is no project board ID, and if these fields are not provided, we want to return a new next response, and then we say please provide all fields, and then we send back a status of 400. All right, so and if we have all of these, now is the time we can go on to create our project. So in here, I'm gonna cut these. So I'm gonna cut this out of the try block. So now we can create a feature inside here, not project, feature. All right, so first we need to get the project board where we are going to be, adding or inserting this feature. So const project board, and then we can await our Prisma client. So our Prisma client is going to be coming from our libs folder. So we can await our Prisma, and then we can get our project board and find unique. So we want to filter, or we want to search by ID. So where is it? Where ID is going to be equal to project board ID. And let's go on to include the feature. So we're going to include features true. So this gives us our project board, or it could give us what? Null. So let's handle the null case. So if we don't have any project board, we are going to return, I'm going to quickly copy this, quickly. I'm going to copy this and return here. So I'm going to say feature must belong to a project board. And with the status of 500, 400, and 102. And after this, what else do we want to do? Now we're sure we have our project board. We need to have our order. So let's get our order. And order is going to be equal to project board. And then dot features dot length. Whatever the length is, we just add 1 to it. All right, so now we have our order. We can create our feature. So this feature is going to be equal to, we await our Prisma dot feature dot create, and our data is going to be this object. It needs a description. What else does it need? It needs the finish date, and let's quickly pass this finish date. Remember, this is not going to work, so I'm going to use this pass ISO coming from our date FNS library. So this library here, and it's just going to help us to pass the dates to the format that we can save. So this finish date, remember, is coming from our front end. And what else does it need? It needs a name, it needs an order, a slug, and let's connect it to the project board. So the project board, this is going to belong to, is going to be this project board where the ID is going to be equal to project board ID. We have our feature successfully created. What we can do next, we can return a next response .json. We pass the feature, and then we pass additional data where we have the status of 200, and we have the status text of feature created, like this. So everything is cool, I guess. And you see here, we are expecting name, description, that's the feature name, description, finish date. So that means in our form, we are doing well by calling this name. it has to be named here. So it has to be named because we are going to be updating this, we're going to be updating the form with this handle feature change. So we're going to set the state as name and send it over to the backend. All right, so now we can successfully render our form and pass the different values to our form so that we can discuss with our API. We are going to be working on that next. Working on our, let's say, add feature form, we can go on to import our add feature form. So where is it? This is our form. And do we have any console.log here? No, we don't. Okay, so let's get started. We need our feature form data. What else? Our handle feature change, handle feature change. What else? Handle feature submit. We also need to pass the is visible, and what else? Toggle feature form. All right, let me start with is visible because that is pretty straightforward. I can have a state where I say is add not board form now. So it's add feature form visible, and I can copy this and quickly set the state out here. Just gonna duplicate this. So is add feature form visible, and then set here is add feature form visible. Okay, so we also want to show our modal, so we shouldn't forget to change this as well whenever our board form is visible or whenever this is visible. Okay, so handle feature change, we can have a function. And before we do this, let's have our feature form data. So I think it's necessary that we have our feature form data. So I'm going to copy this and paste this here so that we can come over here and have a local state. So I'm going to have this const, which is going to be equal to use state, have some values. So let's paste this here. So feature form data, and then set feature form data is going to be use state. And what state values are we going to pass? So we're going to pass the name, remember, empty string, also description, which is also an empty string, and lastly we need the finish date, which is an empty string like this. Sorry, an empty string. All right, so we have our feature form data and we are passing it to our add feature form component. Up next, we are going to work on our handle feature form. So handle feature change. Okay, so handle feature change. And we can do it somewhere here. So we can work with it somewhere here. I'm just going to collapse this. Yep, and collapse this so that we can have some room to work with. So this handle feature change, let's remember, is going to be called with the event object, which is going to be of type change event. Change event, a generic type of HTML input element like this. And here, let's have our const where we destructure all of these from our event.target. And we're going to destructure name as well as value. All right, now we just go on to set our feature form data, not date. So feature form data. Where did I call it date? So this has to be data. Okay, so set feature form data, and we have our previous data, or it could be previous state, anyone works. And we are going to return an object, hence I'm going to use this parentheses and then curly brackets, which means we are explicitly returning an object here. We have these errors because we need to, first of all, not like this, spread the previous data. Did I call it date? I don't know why. I am having lots of dates in my head. So I'm going to spread the previous data. And now from the event target name, I'm going to update it with a value. All right, so this for handle feature change. And lastly, let's work with handle feature submit. We have this here. And what I'm going to do here is const handle feature submit is going to be equal to an asynchronous function where we take in the event, not like this, where we take in the event, and this is going to be of type form event and HTML form element. So HTML form element, and in here, what are we going to do? We're going to submit our form. So we can quickly, first off, go on and prevent default. And let's quickly generate our slug. Our slug is going to be equal to slugify. So we're going to just generate a slug from the feature, where is it? Form data and name, okay? And when generating a slug, you can also go with to lowercase, okay? To lowercase, and we have an error because we need to call to lowercase like this. All right, so we have our slug, and now we can have our try catch block. And quickly in our catch block, let's say this is going to be of type any, and in here we are going to toast.error. So toast.error, and it needs the message. So error.response data like this. And now try block, I'm going to destructure the status text from await axios dot post. We need the URL, and then we need to pass the data here. All right, so I'm going to destructure the status text. So the URL is going to be /API/features, which is going to target this route. Has to be a post request. We need to pass this in the request body. So let's work on it. So here we are going to go to /API/features. Is it features or feature? Let's see. It is /API features. Cool. And for data, we need to pass description. What we can do to save ourselves some typing, you see over here we have name, description, finish date. So all of these, they are going to remain the same. There is no change. So I am going to do what? I'm going to spread all our feature form data. But we need to add, because you see here we need more. So we have name, description, finish date. We need to add project board ID as well as the slug. Okay, so we're going to add the slug, which is going to be referencing this slug here, and project. I'm just going to copy it so I don't have any typo. So project board ID here, and the value for this project board ID is going to be the selected board ID. And if everything is okay, I'm going to toast.success, and the message is going to be the status text. All right, so selected board ID, where is this coming from? So we're going to be setting selected board ID. We still have an error because we are not making use of set is feature form visible. So it needs it here. So I'm going to just copy this quickly. And somewhere here, I'm going to have this const, which is going to help us to set is add feature form visible, and we get the previous state, and we're going to return the inverse of the previous state. So I'm going to save this, take off this form comment, and are we doing everything correctly? It seems. And if I come here, we need to, where is it? Set selected board ID. When do we set selected board ID? Let's see. Our project board needs it, and if we visit our project board, whenever we click, so where's the plus icon? So whenever we click on this plus icon, we set the selected board ID to the board that we click on. So we have already done that. And for project board, to be able to now toggle our add feature form, because if we go back to our project board, you see we have this, where is it? Toggle add feature. If I search for toggle add feature, we have this, and this is being called whenever we click on this plus button. So let's pass the reference to this. So remember, this toggle feature form makes our form visible. So I'm going to pass the reference here. I'm going to save, open our terminal. Our application is running. And as always, before I submit the form, I'm just going to, comment all of these out and quickly console.log our feature form data like this. So I'm going to save this, open up the terminal, okay, and I'm going to click on this plus icon. We see our form, and I'm just going to give this a name of create dashboard. The description, I'll just say description, and for the finish date, I'm just going to say 7th, and here we have it. So we are sure we are getting this feature. So quickly, let's go on and create. So I'm going to bring this back in, and now we're going to send it to our back end, and let's see what happens. And quickly console.log project. So we can see if, because currently we are not displaying our feature anywhere. So let's see if our project updates, and come here. I'm going to add this in progress, and this feature is going to be create dashboard. So that's the name of this feature. So create dashboard. For description, I'll say the shop dashboard. So I'm going to say maybe we are building an online shop, and I'm going to put this 7th as a finish date. Click on create feature, and we get please provide all fields. Okay, so we are definitely missing out something. Let's check our routes. Do we have name? I'm going to comment this out. I thought we saw everything. Yeah, we saw name, we saw description, we saw finish date, project board ID, and slug. Project board ID and slug. So why is everything not going according to plan? I'm going to copy this object, comment all these out, so that I'm going to console.log this object. So now we see what we are actually sending to the backend. Okay, and if it matches to what we are expecting. So I'm going to reload and open up the console and click here. I'm going to add a name. I'm just going to call this dashboard or anything quickly, and description and finish date. Click on create feature. So we have the description, finish date, the name, project board ID, and the slug. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it seems we have everything, and that is the name, description, finish date. So why are we having this error? So we didn't add this. So we didn't add this sign here. I forgot to add this, and now we can save and should work fine now. So let's comment our code back in and take off this console.log. Comment this our code back in, save this, and it reloads. I'm gonna give this feature a name of shop, not shop, dashboard, and description is create shop dashboard. And for finish date, I am just going to choose 7th. It's okay. Create feature. Feature gets created. You see, we're not doing two things. That means we don't have a finally block. We are not resetting data, and we are not hiding our form. So quickly, we can come over here and have a finally block. And in our finally block, we are going to set feature form data to this object, where description is an empty string, finish date is an empty string, and name is also an empty string. And here we're going to set is add feature form visible to false. Save this and quickly create another feature, but this time around I'm going to create it for to do. Hey, take a look. We see one here. That means we have a feature, even though we didn't log it to the console. So let's bring this back in. We're now sure that we should see a feature that belongs to in progress. So I'm going to open this, project board here, and what is this? So this doesn't have a feature because this is our to-do. But then if we see in progress, we have features and we see our created feature. Wonderful. All right, so we are not showing it, we are not displaying it yet, but we are sure it's working. I'm going to create a feature for to do, and I'll just say login screen. So create login screen. That'll be the name, and say I said this is for login screen. And the finish date, I am just going to extend it to, let's say, sometime here. Create feature if it's successful. We are not hiding our form, which is weird. Maybe we missed it, but still we reset our form. And what? We are not showing any loading or disabling the button. I think that's pretty much straightforward. So I'm going to remove this console.log. And why we're not hiding the form is not set is add bot form, is set is feature add feature form. Okay, so we are sure now is going to, close. We can get rid of this, and we see it updates. Up next, we are going to make sure that we can display a feature inside this div here. So a feature, we are going to be working on that next. Okay, so let's display our feature within a project board so that we can see it displaying on the screen. And this is a perfect time. I'm just going to close all of these. This is a perfect time for us to update our project models. So rather than have an empty array, we're going to export. Okay, we're going to export an interface. And this interface, I'm going to call it feature. Like this. And this is going to be an array of feature in the project board. All right, so feature is going to have an ID, which is going to be of type string. We're going to have created at, which is also a string. We're going to have updated at, which is also a string. We're going to have name, which is also a string. We're going to have slug, which is also a string. Description, which is also a string. Priority, which is also a string. Nope, it's not a string. Remember, if we check our schema, where are you? Yeah, so where is it? Priority is of this type. Okay, so priority is not going to be a string. We can just have another type, or we can just go with low, medium, or high, like this. So this is our priority type. And what else? We can have a finish date, which is also going to be of type date. And that means we have error here. So this has to be of type date. And order is going to be a number type. And then project board ID is going to be of type string. All right, we have our feature type. Next, let's create our feature card component. So I'm going to close this here, close our schema, close our app, and our components, we're going to have a component for our feature. Where is it? Card. And then I'm going to have our TypeScript file here. And here we are going to have our feature card. And as always, we are going to need props. Okay, so type props is going to be an object. We're going to mark this as a functional component, which is generic type that receives these props. And here we can get access to the props. And this prop is pretty straightforward. The props we're going to receive, we want to receive a prop that is going to have feature, which is going to be of type feature. So remember the feature type that we just created from our models. So this has to come down here. All right, so this type, and that means we can destructure all those properties from our props, the feature, And from the feature, we can destructure created at, update description. I'm not even sure we're going to need all of these. We're going to destructure priority, name, description, and what else? Finish date. All right, and now let's go over to our JSX. So this is going to have a class name of my5 bg white p5 rounded to Excel, like this. And in here, we're going to first have a span. This span is going to have a class name, and we can, dynamically show a class name. But I'm just going to go with this class name of bg, let's say hashtag DFA87433, like this. And not just that, for the class name, we are also going to have this text of hashtag D58D49, like this. And what else are we going to have? Rounded what, 4 pixels. We're also going to have px6 pixels, like this. py of 1, font medium, and text xx, like this. All right, so inside this span, what are we going to be displaying? We are going to be displaying the priority, okay? And after priority, which is inside the span, we are going to have a h2, and this h2, we are going to display the name. And for class name, this is going to have my1, and for text, hashtag 0D062D, and we need to cover it up here, and 0, we have a typo, so this is meant to be 0D0, like this. Okay, cool. And after this, we are going to have a paragraph where we display the description. And let's give it a class name. So this paragraph is going to have the class name of text hashtag 787486. And also we are going to give it a text extra small. And after that, what else? We're going to have a div. And this div, we want to display this BS, just a time. So BS or BI solid. Okay, we're not going to be getting auto completion this time around. Solid time 5. And we are going to be importing this. So here, we're going to be importing this from React icons /BI. Okay, and we want to display the days left here. So we need to calculate the days left. So we're going to calculate this in a second, but let's have it here. So days left, and quickly style this. So this is going to have a class name of margin top 7 flex. Also item center, justify between. And I'll cut this too, so we have it in a paragraph. And this paragraph is going to have a class name of text extra small, also flex, item center, bg purple 200, px to py words, so py1, text purple 800, font medium, like this. And let's go on and calculate the days left. Okay, and for us to do this, so somewhere here, let's get our current date. So current date is going to be equal to new date, like this. We can go on to get our feature finish date. So feature finish date, and feature finish date is going to be equal to new date, and we're going to pass our finish date, like this. And now we can calculate the time difference. I'm just quickly going to move this up again. So const time difference. Time difference is going to be our feature finish date dot get time, like this. And then we're going to be subtracting this from our current date. So current date dot get time as well. So we have our time difference, and this is going to help us to calculate our days left, like this. And then we can use math.ceil and pass the time difference divided by, and then we say 1000 times, where is it, 3600, and multiply this by 24 hours. Now we have our days left. It's going to be injected here. So finally, we can display our feature card in our, where is it? It's our app, projects, and projects, our project slug page. So where do we display our project card? We are going to display our project card just beneath our project board here. So we have this flex, and in here we are going to have our feature card, which will be important from our components. And let's give this div, doesn't have a class name, but what we're going to do here, before we just display our feature card, I'm going to say our project board. Remember, we are already in this map, mapping through our projects. And now we're going to go access our features. We're going to map through it, where we get each feature, and we're going to return our feature card. We are mapping, so we need to pass a key, and this key is going to be the feature ID. So feature.id, and we also need to pass feature to this prop, which is going to be equal to feature. I'm going to save this, and now if we come back to our application, take a look at that. We see our different features. So create login screen. This is for login screen, and we have 6 days left. And for the dashboard, we have 3 days left. So let's quickly create another feature and say this is for create logout screen. And the description is going to be logout screen. And the finish date, let's say in 2 days time. Here, I'm going to create this feature, and if it's successful, it goes away. We just need to reload our page and keep an eye on this to-do section. So that is it, create logout screen, and we have number of days left, which is 2 days. Now we can obviously test other functionality. We can create another project board, and let's call this completed. I'm going to add project board, it's submitting. If it's successful, we see project board created, and here we should see completed. Beautiful. And we have this scroll down below so that we can see other project board. And if we want to create a task to completed, I'm just going to come over here and say created, what is that? Create task or something. So this is one feature. Maybe the feature was to create the tags or something like that. Let's say feature was to create tags. And the finish date, you can just say maybe we finished it today or something. Create feature, and let's see feature created, and we click on this just to reload, and this is it, 0 days left. Cool. This is beautiful. And now you see it came directly under completed. Now we should go on and work on our drag and drop feature, because now we can be able to move this project board to the middle, have that flexibility, and we can drag any feature to in progress and also to completed. We are going to be working on this next. Now we are able to display our project board, and we want to implement our drag and drop feature. All right, so let's see how we can achieve this. And in order for us to do this, we need to install the following packages. So npm install react beautiful dnd. All right, so do go on and install this package, and we also need to install the types for this package. So npm install as a dev dependency, at types / React beautiful DND. All right, so we installed the types as well. And now we can get started with our drag and drop feature. All right, so how do we get started? To implement our drag and drop feature, we want to implement it around this area, okay, which is the area where we have our project board. I'm going to cut this area, and we need a context. So drag and drop context, that's what we need. So we need to import drag and drop context from React Beautiful DND, and we can paste in our code. All right, we have an error. So this is the import. Where is it? So drag and drop context. I'm just going to move it up. So we have an error, obviously, because drag and drop context needs some configuration or some props. So it needs a drag end, and this is a method, a function that we are going to call to use and apply our drag and drop functionality. So this method or function, we can call it to implement our drag and drop functionality, and I'm going to define this function here. So on drag end is going to be equal to this. Okay, so I'm going to come back to this in a second, but this is how we get started. So after your drag drop context, now you need to mark the area you want to be droppable, because it's a drag and drop feature, the space you want to be droppable, and also the area you want to drag. So I want this area, because this is the area, this area over here in the application, I want this whole area to be droppable. So I'm going to cut everything we have here. I'm going to cut this and import droppable from React Beautiful DND. And then I paste in our code. We obviously have some errors because droppable needs some information, like the droppable ID. This droppable ID is up to us. It is very much important. We are going to see it in a second. I'm going to call it board items. It also needs the direction, and then I'll say horizontal. And it's very much important, we need a type. We're going to see the use for all of these in a second. Okay, so now we have this droppable, but we still have an error because droppable gives us a function, and the function we go on and return the area that we want to be droppable. And droppable or React Beautiful DND makes use of these options that it gives us from the function to know how it can handle our drag and drop feature. So that means we need to cut this, and we get the function. So here I'm destructuring provided, since it's just one argument, and I am going to return our div. All right, so I'm going to return this div. This provided, we need to use it and now configure our div. And one of such configuration is by spreading out the provided droppable props like this. And we can also go on to pass a reference. So this ref is going to be equal to provided dot inner ref. All right, so these two configuration is what we need, but it is not enough. We just marked this area as droppable. We need to mark another area as draggable. So for React Beautiful DND to be able to organize our code, I want us to sort it, so that because I want the code to be organized based on the order that we have in our database. So our project board, before we map, I'm also going to sort here. And this sort is going to give us this function. And sort takes a compare function. So A is going to be of type any. We know it's of type project board. And B is also going to be of type any. And now what do we want to return? We need to return in comparison, which is A.order minus B.order, like this. So this is we mapping, sorting, and after we're done sorting, we go on and map through our different project board. And now we have this, the area we want to be draggable. So the area that we want to be draggable is this div that we have over here. So I want this div to be draggable, and this div contains our project board and also contains our feature card. So I'm going to cut this div we have over here. And now I am going to return draggable, okay, because I need it to be draggable. So draggable also needs to be imported from React Beautiful DND. And before I paste the code, we're also going to have access to provided function. And this provided function, we can go on to return our code. We have an error because draggable needs, React obviously needs a key since we are mapping through this. So we are mapping through this draggable now project board, and draggable is our first top level element. So I'm going to pass our key here, and we can also pass the draggable ID. So draggable ID, and this is going to be equal to our project board ID, like this. And we need to pass the index. So project board, I am going to destructure index, not destructure, take on index, so that I can use it in here. So index is going to be equal to index, like this. So we have our key, and then we have the draggable ID, and we have the index. And let's not forget this provided argument, we are not making use of it in this div. Okay, so I'm going to pass the reference, and this reference is going to be provided .inner ref, and then I'm going to spread out everything that we have from provided. Where is it? So provided .draggable props, drag handle props, and we also need provided .draggable props, like this. Okay, so now you can go on to save, and let's come back to our application. Let's see, everything looks okay. So let's come back to our application, and over here you see that we can now drag, but it doesn't stay. So we can see each of these arguments is draggable, and then when we try to drag, it goes back to its order. Now, why is this happening? It's happening because this function on drag end, we are not configuring it properly. We have this on drag end property. I am just going to log some things to the console. So this gives us our result, which is of type drop result, and drop result needs to be imported from React Beautiful DND. And let's log this result to the console. So console.log result. So we see what happens. Remember, over here we pass configurations, and those configurations included the droppable ID. You're going to see this. You're going to see this type. And where is it again? I think that's it. Yep. So you're going to see the droppable ID. You're going to see this type. So let's come over to the console. I'm going to open up the console, and now I'm going to drag and drop, and we see our result. So we have our draggable ID, which is the ID of our project board. And we have our status, our type. Remember, we set the type to status. We have the source. So the source gives us the index of where we are, the item that we moved. So this item to do at index 0, and it had the droppable ID, which is board items, and then it has the destination. So the destination also has the droppable ID, board items, and it had the index. So we are trying to move this item from index 0, which is the source, to index 1. I'm going to close this off and try it again. So you see the to do from index 0 to index 1, and we get our results here. So destination has an index of 1, and the source has an index of 0. If I click again, and we try to move the to do from here all the way to, let's say, after completed here, you see now our droppable ID destination is index 2, so which it was completed 0, 1, 2 for completed, and our source is index 0. We are going to be making use of this information to make sure we do two things. First, we are going to render a UI update to update our product, and we are going to send a request to the backend to edit a product. This is going to enable, the first one, why we have to enable it on the client, on the user interface first, is so that we can easily see a result, and before we get back a response and updates on the backend. We are going to be seeing all of these coming up next. To implement this functionality, we know what we have in our results, so we can go on and destructure all these properties from our result like this. So we're going to be needing three things. We're going to be needing the source. We're also going to be needing the destination as well as the type. Now with all these properties, we are going to render an update on the UI before we go over to the API implementation. So let's get started. We can say if there is no destination, then we'll just go on and return. So if we have destination, let's check the type. So if type is equal to status, remember we saw the type not quite long. So if type is equal to status, Then we are going to run this code. Remember we have another type, not yet now, but we're going to have another type because we are going to be moving these individual tags that we have here. Okay, we're going to be able to move these tags. We're going to come to that. So if type is equal to status, let's go on and move it. So first thing we're going to do, let's get the board that we want to move. So moved board is going to be equal to our project.project boards, and then we can access it using the source property. And remember, we have the index of the source. So this gives us the board that we're moving. And now we're going to create an array. We can call this array updated project boards. So updated project boards. This is going to be using the array.from. And then we're going to create it from a project.project boards like this. So the next thing, we want to go on and reorder the array. Okay, so we want to reorder the array. Let's do that next. So our updated project boards dot splice, and then we're going to go with our source. Where is it? Dot index, and then we are going to have a delete count of 1. What this is going to make us do or help us do is to reorder the array to match our front end, which is a 0 index based order. So we have the updated boards. Then we're going to have our updated boards like this, and then we're going to splice, and then we're going to pass the destination index, and the next is the delete count, start at 0, and then replace it with our moved board like this. All right, so now we have this. We need to go on and update our UI. So how do we update our UI? With our set project, we are going to go on and spread all we have in project like this. And once we spread, we need to update the project boards, remember? So the project boards is going to be our updated project boards. And then we map through each, and we're going to get the board, and then we get the index. Remember, index is going to be of type number. All right, and now we can go on to return a new object like this. So this new object, we're going to spread out the board, and then we need to reorder. Okay, so we're going to reorder like this, which is going to give us the index plus 1. So this here is going to help us to update our UI. But everything doesn't end here, because we just update our UI, and if the user reloads the page, we are going to lose our order. So we can have our try catch block, and in here we are going to be sending a request to backend, so that we don't just update the UI, we also update the backend. So let's move over to the application, and let's try to move to do over to this point. You see now to do sticks, and we can move completed over here. We see sticks in progress. You see that the arrangement now works. But if we go on to reload our page, we of course miss the arrangement. So if we had to do here and we refresh our page, you see that we have to do back to this spot. So we need not just to update on the front end, we need to also update on the back end. And that's what we are going to be working on next. How do we reorder on the back end? So let's come over to our API, and our API project board route.tsx file. Here's our post request, so our previous post request, and we need to have a new request handler. So I'm going to export an async function, and this time around it's going to be a patch request that gets the request object, which is of type request, and then we get the response, which is of type response, and this is our object body. So how do we go about this? We need to destructure some properties that we need from the front end. So we're going to await request.json like this, equal to, okay. And sorry, before we continue, over here, I just quickly remember this has to be minus, okay. So this has to be minus. I might, have some side effects later on. So with that fixed, let's continue with our API endpoint. And I'm going to be needing the project ID, because obviously we need to know the project. And then the source index, let's have it indexed like this, and also the destination index. Remember, we get all of these from the results that we get from on drag end. Also the type and the source board ID, source board ID, and the destination board ID. Okay, so project ID, source ID, destination index, type, source board ID, and destination board ID. So let's have our try catch block. In the catch block, in case of errors, I'm just going to console.log the error. And what else am I going to do? I'm going to return a new next response. And this next response is going to say, I'll just say error updating, and with a status of 500. And in a try block, let's go on and have our update. So before we update, let's check if the type, so const, not const, so we check if type is equal to status. Okay, then we are going to render our update. All right, and let's get our project board. So const project board, and we need to await Prisma dot project board like this dot find many, and we want to find the project board, where it's now. Let's get from the project ID. So where project ID is equal to this project ID. So, and let's go on and order. So we can order by, and then we say order, and then we pass the order, which is ascending order like this. So this is going to give us the project boards array and the project boards that belong to this project ID. So we expect all the project boards that belongs to a particular project. So now we have our project board, which can be, it's an array of projects, array of project boards like this. So we have it. What are we going to do? We are going to go on and get the source board. Okay, this is the board that we are moving. So source board is going to be equal to our project board and then add the source board index. Okay, so this gives us our source board, and now we can go on to get our destination board. And our destination board is going to be equal to our project boards at the destination board. Where is it? Destination index. Alright, so we have our source board, we have our destination board. Now we are going to update our source board and also update our destination board. Let's update our source board. So we're going to await Prisma.projectBoard.update, and we're going to update any project board where, so this is our filter, where the ID is the source board ID, our source board dot ID. All right, so we also now need to pass the data, and the data is just the order. So we are updating only the order. So the order is going to be our destination board order. So we are swapping the order this time around, and that's why it was important over here that we get our sorting correctly, because once we swap the order, we are also going to swap the order in our backend. So this is we updating our source board, and we are going to do the same thing for our destination board. We are going to swap the order. So I'm going to await Prisma.projectBoard.update, and we are going to update where the ID is equal to destination board ID, destination board.id. And what else? We also need to update the data, where data is going to be the order, and the new order is going to be our source board.order like this. We have this done. Let's send back a response to our front end. So after this, where is it? So inside our if block, so right about here, we are going to return a next response.json, and this response is going to say update successful, and our status of 200, and we can just add a status text of successful like this. So I'm going to save this, and this is our backend. We're not making use of the source board ID and destination board ID. Maybe I'll just leave it here. But you see, we have been able to go on and update. Okay, I think we can make use of it here. Where is it? Where we just go with our destination board.id. I'm just going to leave it like this so that we where is it? We work with the project boards that we get from our Prisma. So this is our API endpoint. Now let's target this endpoint and make sure we provide in all these details. So over in our page, just here in our try block, let's destructure the status text from awaiting our Axios call to the backend. So Axios, remember, is a patch request that goes to /API/project boards. So here, /API/project board, inside this route, it has to be a patch request. And what else are we going to do? We're going to send our data, which is going to be, let's see what we need. So we need our project board, we need our source board, destination index, and type. I'm going to copy all of these, and I'm just going to paste it in here. So our project ID is going to be our project.id. Our source index is going to be our, where is it? Our source.index. Remember, this source is what we destructure from here. So this source here. And to avoid any errors, I'm going to mark this as an async function. Okay, so that we can await here. And our destination index is going to be our destination.index, and the type is going to be this type. Okay, or we can just manually hard code. I think we're checking if type is equal to status, so we don't need to hard code. We can just go with the type and be sure it's going to be status. So if we're done and everything goes correctly, we are going to toast our sources status text here. And in case of any error, we are just going to rearrange our project. So remember, here we are updating, we need to re-update it here in case of any errors. And before we do that, let me toast an error that says update not successful. And if it's also not successful, let's update our project like this by spreading all the projects, and also updating the project boards here, which is still going to be maintaining the project boards as we had initially. So with this done, we can safely save here, and let's come over to our front end, and I'm quickly going to refresh and let's try it out. So let's try to move the to-do board to completed board section. So I'm going to move this here and let's go. So let's see. We don't see, okay, so this is our toast successful. All right, so let's quickly reload our application. And if we reload our application, you see our to-do maintains its position here, which is great. Let's move our progress over here. Let's wait a second, and we get our toast notification. We reload our page, and we see everything works as expected. So I'm just quickly going to rearrange. We have our to-do here, and we have completed over here. Successful. Great. So everything works as expected. Now we are going to move over to the second stage, where we are going to rearrange this individual project card. As you can see here, these cards are not draggable. So we are going to rearrange these cards next. So this is going to be coming right up. All right, so let's go on and make these cards draggable. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly swap this order and reload to be sure that everything still works as fine. Yes, we get our success notification. And quickly, I'm just going to reload to be sure that everything still works as expected. So here we have, we should be having our to do in progress completed. Great. All right, so to make this aspect, so this is our project board. Now we want our feature card to be draggable and also to be droppable. So again, I'm going to cut this and wrap this with droppable like this. And I'm going to paste this. Sure, we have an error. We're going to fix that in a second. So let's give this the droppable ID, which is going to still be our project board.id. And we also need a type. So you see a different type now. So this is of type project. So the first type we are working with, or we have been working with, where is it? I'm just going to collapse all of the, okay, yep, so this is it. So the first type is status. And now we have another type, and this type is project, okay? So we're having an error, obviously, because here we need to return a function. So this function that gets called with provided, and we can return our div. All right, so as before, we are going to have the ref, which is going to be our provided dot inner ref, and we also need to spread all the provided dot droppable props. So our provided dot droppable props like this, and this is our feature card now. So we have our project dot features dot map. We need to make this card. So we need to make this card draggable. All right. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to cut this, okay, so that I can wrap it around draggable like this and paste the feature card in it. We have an error, obviously, because draggable needs the key, and this key is going to be each feature, so feature.id, and it also needs the draggable ID. So the draggable ID is going to be equal to feature.id, and it also needs the index. So I'm going to get the index from here, idx in short, and this index, where is it? Not here, here. So the index is going to be equal to, sorry, idx here. And we still have an error because here we need to have our provided function. So provided, and we are going to go on and return our feature card. So this feature card, let's see, because we have our provided here, I'm just going to cut this so we have a wrapping div. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this, and here I'm going to wrap this in a div. Now this is just going to enable us to pass the appropriate props. Okay, so the ref is going to be our provided dot inner ref, and we also need to go on and spread like this our provided, not project, provided dot draggable props, and we also need to spread our provided dot drag handle props. Sorry, this should be draggable props like this. Okay, because now we are in, we're in this map here. I'm just going to pass our key. So where is it? Okay, so this already has a key, so that means we don't need to have a key in our feature card here. So I'm going to take this off, and now it's going to be draggable, droppable, but as we saw previously, we are not going to be able to, we are not going to be able to, so you see it's draggable and then it returns because we are not updating our UI. So it returns back to its initial position. And if we open the console.log, you would see a placeholder. Placeholder could not be found. Okay, so we just need a placeholder, And to add this placeholder, I'm just going to add it. So just after here, so this wrapping div where we have this provided board features, I'm going to come here and add our provided dot placeholder like this. So I'm going to save this, and the error should now be gone. And quickly reload, open up the terminal, and let's see if we have any errors. We do have an error. And where's the error? Okay, this is from React, so this is from the package. It's not from, it's not from our code. This is from our code, and because we are not providing, because when this header loads, we don't have our image loaded yet, so it's an empty string. It was an error. I think that's fine. So we don't actually have any, errors there. So let's try this out now. I'm gonna try to move from to do over here to see that it still works. Now we get our successful. If we reload, you see that our to-do still stays in the middle, but we can obviously move this and it returns back to its initial position. Okay, so let's go on and work on fixing the UI update of this our feature, which is now draggable and also droppable. And then we are also going to be able to work on the API. So I'm going to start first with the front end, so updating the UI, and then we'll come back to the backend. So we can have another else if here, and this else if we can go on to check if type is now equal to, what did we call it? So let's see what we called it. If type is equal to project, I think I'm gonna call this feature, I don't know if project is okay, I'm gonna call this feature. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and say over here, if type, else if type is equal to feature, then we are going to run this code here. So let's go on and work on that, on fixing this UI update next. All right, so if type is equal to feature, then we're going to go on and work. So I'm going to destructure all of this coming from our source, and in our source has the index, and I'm quickly going to rename this to our source index, and we need our droppable ID, which I'm going to rename to our source borrowed ID. Okay, so we have our source. Next, I'm going to have our destination board ID. So destination board ID, and destination board ID is going to be equal to our destination dot droppable ID. All right, so we have most of all we need. Now let's go on and update our project board. Okay, so we want to update our project board with different features. So we can call this updated project boards, and this is going to be equal to our project. And from our project, we access our project boards, and we can map through each project board. And this is going to give us each instance. We can call it board, and in here we have our function. So first, let's check if the board.id, if this board ID is equal to the source board ID, because we want to know if we are moving a project within the source board, or if we are moving it to another board. So if it's equal to source board, we want to go on and remove the moved feature from the source board features array. So const moved feature, not move board. Moved feature is going to be our board dot features, and then we use splice like this, and we have our source index 1, and this is going to give us list of features, and then we just take in not I1 the first element. Okay, so these are moved feature, and now we need to add this move feature to the destination board feature array. And to do that, we're going to have our destination board, and our destination board is going to be equal to our project dot project boards dot find, and this is going to give us each board. Hence we're going to return any board dot id that is equal to the destination board id. Okay, so now we have our moved feature and we have our destination board. Okay, so let's hover on this. You see, it can be a project board type or undefined. So quickly, let's have our check. If there is no destination board, so if there's no destination board, then we're just going to return. All right, but if we do, let's go on and add. So we're going to call our destination board dot features dot splice, and we're going to start from our destination dot index, and delete count of 0 and update it with our moved feature like this. And once we're done, we need to return our board. Okay, so we need to go on and return the board. So we're going to stay here and return the project board. Okay, so now we're going to have our else if block. So just after this if block, we're going to have our else if block and check if the board ID is equal to the destination board ID. So destination board ID. Then we're just going to go on and return the board. That means there is no change needed. This means we are moving the board in the same location. So this is when we are moving the project, the feature, to another board. So that's why we do this. But if we just have the project within the same project board, we just go on and return our board without having any edit, or else. Okay, so else, other boards are still going to remain unchanged. Else we go on and return the project board like this. So this gives us our updated project boards. Now we can update our project. Okay, so const updated project. Updated project is going to be this object where we spread out our project, and then our project boards is going to be equal to our updated project board like this. So now we have our updated project. So here I'm going to set project to the updated project like this. And we're having this error because project board can return undefined, and to get rid of this error, I'm just going to comment out this, and now this gives the error that destination board is possibly undefined. To get rid of the error, we just add the exclamation mark here to say yes, we are always going to have a project board. So now I'm going to save this, and let's come back to the application. I'm quickly going to reload our application, and let's see if we have any errors. No, we don't have any errors. Come back to our loaded application, and let's say I want to move create login screen from to do to in progress, and you see it sticks now, and we can move it to completed. Okay, and we can't only just move the project within a project board. Let's try to move the project board itself, and we see the project board moves as well. But if we reload, you'll see because we are not persisting the features, they would go back to their respective position, which in this case was to do, and I can move completed back to its position, and it updates. So up next, we are just rendering a UI update here, somewhere around here. Where is it? I'm just going to collapse this, and in our else if position here, we're just going to have our try catch, and with this try catch, we are going to go on and update the project, not just on our front end and also on our back end. We are going to be working on this next. Alright, so let's make sure that we are persisting our feature. So we can go on and update our feature and make sure that we are persisting it. So getting started, I'm going to as always, start from API. So remember now, this time we're working with a type that is equal to feature. Okay, so in our API patch request, I'm going to collapse this where we have if the type is equal to status. So here, well, we could just have another if block where we say if type is equal to feature, and then we expect this code to execute. All right, so what code are we going to be executing? Let's go on and first of all have our project. So let's know the project that we are going to be working with. So project is going to be equal to await, not Axios, await Prisma dot project dot find unique. We're going to find the project where, and then we have our filter where ID is going to be equal to project ID, and we want to go on and make sure that we are including the project board as well as the features. So we want to include project boards, and from project board we want to make sure that we include features, and we say sorry, not like this. Include is meant to be an object, and we're going to include features, and we say true. So I'm going to format my code. So I'm going to find the project where the ID is project ID, and then we include project boards, and from project board we go on to include features, and we say true. So this is going to give us an array of project, or it could give us null. Quickly, we're going to handle the null case and say if there is no project, then kindly go on and return, or just going to return a new next response, and then we're going to say project not found, and we're going to attach a status of 500. All right, but if we're sure that we have a project, then we can continue, and we continue by getting our source board. Source board is going to be equal to our project dot project boards, and then we're going to find, and then we're going to get each board and return a board where the board.id is equal to the source board ID, like this. So this can give us our project board, could give us undefined. We're going to handle that in a second because we are going to look for our destination board, and same destination board is going to be equal to our project.project boards, and we're going to look for a project board where the board ID, so board.id is equal to the destination board ID, like this. So now we have our source board, we have our destination board. They could both give us null, so we're going to check. Sorry, they could both give us undefined. So if there's no source board or there is no destination board, then we are going to return a new next response that's going to say, we're just going to say error updating, and return a status of 500. All right, so now we're sure that we have our source board and we're sure that we have our destination board. Up next, let's have the feature that the user is moving. This is going to be gotten from our source board dot features, and then our source index, and then we can have our condition. So we can check if the source board ID is going to be equal to the destination board ID. So if this is going to be equal to, then we are going to update the order within the same board. Okay, so we're going to say have our const, and we say we can call this source features, and these source features we are just going to spread all our source board dot features like this. And once we spread this, we are going to have our moved feature. So const moved feature, and moved feature is going to be our source features. Okay, and then we can call slice. Sorry, not slice. We can call splice like this. And splice is going to need a start. So we're going to start from the source index, and then the delete count is just going to be 1, and then we take the first element that gets returned, and this in this case is going to be our moved feature. So now we have our moved feature. We need to go on and get the destination order. So we're going to say const destination order, and destination order is going to be equal to our source features. So our source features, and then we have our destination index. Okay, and then we can go say dot order like this. Otherwise, we are going to take our destination index and just add 1 to it. So this is going to give us our destination order. Now we have our destination order. We need to update the order of the moved feature. Okay, so we need to update the order of the moved feature. And we're going to say the moved feature dot order, and the order is going to be now our destination order like this. All right, so this goes on to update the order of the moved feature. And now we've updated it, we need to update the order of the other features that are affected by our move. All right, so this is our source features, and then for each feature, so for each feature, I'm gonna have this callback like this. We're gonna have the feature, and then we have the index. All right, so we just have a check here. So if the index is greater or equal to, and then we can use the math.main, where we have the source index, and then we need to pass the other value, which is the destination index, and this is going to help us to find the destination index like this. So math.main is going to go on to evaluate this expression and return the smaller number, okay, between these two. So we have our math.main, and let's have another check. So, and our index our index is less than or equal to math, not math elements, math.max like this, and also our source index and our destination index like this. So if this is the case, then we are going to have now our if block here like this. So in here, we're just going to update the order of each feature. So we're going to get the feature, and we can say feature.order, just add 1. It's going to be the index plus 1. Okay, so the current index we're looking at, and then we add 1 to it. So this goes on to update the features. Now we've done this, let's go on and update it in our database, okay, of the source board. So we're going to await our Prisma project board, and we have a project board. We can call update on it, and we update where the ID is equal to our source board ID like this. And also what for data, we're going to pass this object where the order is going to be our destination order. So we're going to, this is our data, so destination order. All right, so we can go on and do this. And if the source board is not equal to the destination board, that means we're going to have our else block here. So if this is not the case, but before we go on to add our else block, we are just updating the order of features in the database. Okay, we need to also go on and update the moved feature, so the feature that was moved in the database. So this is just for all orders. Now we need to update for this moved feature here. All right, so let's go on and await this operation. So await Prisma.feature, and there we have updates, and we are going to update where the ID, so where ID is going to be our moved feature dot ID like this, and for the data is just going to be the order. So we're going to update the order to become the destination order like this. So let's go on to add the else block. So the case where the source board ID isn't equal to the destination board ID. So in that case, we're going to add the feature to the destination board, okay? Because now the feature is moving from one board to another board. So let's get our destination board, and then dot features, we call splice, and we're going to get the destination index, and from destination index, our delete count of 0, and then we have our moved feature like this. And after that, we just go on to update the feature in the database for the destination board. Okay, so we're going to await Prisma dot project board dot update. Okay, and we're going to update where like this, where the ID is going to be equal to the destination board ID. And for our data, we have features, and with features, let's go on and set. We're going to set the destination board dot features like this. All right, so we have updated this. So we have set it to destination board dot features, and again we're going to delete the feature from the source board, because now we have updated it in this. We have updated the destination board. Now we're going to delete it from the source board, and then we're going to update the features that we have in the source board. And the source board, remember, is the board that we are moving from. All right, so let's delete the feature from the source board. We're going to get our source board dot features, and then we call splice, and splice is going to take our source index and just go with a delete count of 1. And now we've deleted it, let's update the features in our database. Okay, so we're going to await Prisma dot project board, and then we call dot update, and we're going to update where. So where words, where the ID is the source board ID, and for data like this, we're going to have features, and we're going to set the features to our source board dot features. All right, so we've written out a bunch of code over here. Can be confusing, especially for this else block where we're working, for type of feature. So written a bunch of code, it needs some time. You can, rewatch this aspect so that you understand what is actually, going on here. So once we're done with all of these, so here, I think we're returning a response. Let's be sure. Yep, we are definitely returning a response here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this response and collapse this again. And just below here, once we're done updating, I'm going to return this response that says update successful and with the status text. All right, I'm going to save this, and we can quickly try this out in our front end. So I'm going to come over back to our page. And in our page, let's see, in this else if block, if type is equal to feature, we have our try catch. So inside here, we are going to be discussing to our database. All right, so we can go on and destructure our status text from awaiting Axios. So axios.patch, and the URL is /API/project board. Okay, and now we need to pass the data. So remember, the type is feature. So let's see, and let's be sure it has to be feature. So on our route, let's see, where is it expecting? If type is equal to feature, so over here. So type has to be feature, and it's the same type we are using here. So feature. So if type is feature, and then we need to set the project board ID, and the project board ID is going to be equal to what? Our project.id, like this. What else do we need to pass? Let's see. So we need to pass the source index, destination index, source board ID, So we're going to pass the source index. We already have the source index. Remember, our source index is what we named this source index here. And then we have our destination index. And destination index is our destination dot index. And next we have our source board ID. Okay. And lastly, we have our destination board ID. So if it's successful, let's destructure our status text, and then we are going to toast dot success our status text. And after which, in case of error, I'm just going to toast dot error and then update not successful. I'm going to save this and let's come over to the browser. I'm just going to quickly reload our application. And while that is loading up, we can, take a look at our feature. So we first of all get the project. And if there's no project, we return. And if we have a project, we get the source board. And this source board is the board that we are moving from. So we can be moving from to do a feature from our to do board to in progress. So we get hold of the source board and we get hold of the destination board. Okay, and then we have our check in case these are not provided. Then we have access to the feature the user is moving with this source index. So this gives us the feature the user is moving. And then we check if we are trying to move within the same board, then this code here is going to be executed. Otherwise, we know that we are moving the feature from one board to another board. Hence, this code here is going to be executed. So if you don't understand in depth, you can just take your time and read this code, and then you see how we go on to update it within the source board, or how we go on to update outside. All right, so let's try now. I'm just quickly going to reload our application, and let's try to move. So create login screen over here, and let's see, we get update not successful. Let's open our terminal and see where the error is coming from. So project where unique input needs at least ID. So let's see which query is failing. So prisma.project.find unique. Alright, so it seems we are not passing the correct argument. And where is it? So Prisma. So if type is equal to feature, so over here, project ID. So what are we passing here? Yeah, so this should be project ID and not project board ID. Okay, so this should be project ID. If we come back to application and let's try to move create login screen over to the in progress section. And this time around, we see it is successful. We are going to just reload the page. And once we reload the page, you see create login screen is still in this section. It went further down, but it's still under in progress. And if we move it over to completed, you see it remains there. And if we reload the page, let's see if it remains in progress. Yes, it does. Create login screen. And if we move it over here, so let's move it together with this completed board and quickly reload the page. We see it remains there with completed. All right, and we can also go on to create a new board. So maybe we have a new board and let's call it in review. And we add this board, it submits, it's successful. We reload our page. Once we reload our page, we see in review over here. Great. And I'm just quickly going to move in review just before completed. We see the review board is going to remain there. You can reload the page and you see the review board remains just before completed. And I'm just going to move these two tags from completed. Let's say it's been moved back to review. So these tags and these other tags we have here, and we get successful for the movement. Let's reload the page. And once we reload, you see that these two tags are now in review and no longer in completed. So our application is working as expected. Okay, so that brings a wrap to this our project management application, and you've seen how everything works. A bit confusing, but I implore you to take out some time and study the code so that you know how everything moves. And also for React, for drag drop context, that is React Beautiful DND, which is this package over here. So React Beautiful DND that we use to achieve all of these. If we visit our AI prompt, are we able to? We are going to go to a 404 page. So we don't have our AI page done yet. We are going to be working on integrating AI, ChatGPT into our Next.JS project. So let's work on that next. Alright, so let's go ahead and test the entire flow of our application. Let's try to create a to-do. I'm just going to call this to-do refactor API like this, and just give it a description and give it a finish date and create this feature. And let's see if it's successful. Yep, feature created, and we can reload and we see our feature over here in to do. Let's try to move it in progress and let's see if it works. We wait a second and come on. Yep, it is successful. We can reload our application and we see it's in progress. Let's try to move in progress over here. We do, and we see it's successful as well. Let's reload this and see if in progress. So everything seems to be working fine. And let's come over to our dashboard. And let's say we want to work on the second project. Let's edit. So let's go on and edit the second project. And let's call it what? Let's call it shop. Yep, so let's call it our shop application. And let's edit this. Alright, so it's successful. We need to reload our application for it to update. And here we see our shop. Alright, so let's click on it. And once we do, we now see the loaded shop. We can click on this plus icon and we need to have a to-do. So let's create a to-do and add a board, and we get an error. Okay, so while we're having an error, can we see? Yes. So we see the status key. So unique constraint failed on constraint project board status key. Okay, and we're having this error. If we come over to our Prisma schema.prisma and our project board on status, we have this unique directive, and we also have it for the slug. Now that is the problem. So we need to make sure that this uniqueness is not global. We want to make sure that it's unique within the context of a project board. And how can we ensure that it is unique within the context of a project board? I'm going to remove this unique from here, and it doesn't mean they are no longer needed. No. So right here, we're going to add this unique directive here, and we are going to make this log to be unique. Okay, but only within the context of a project. So we're going to sync it with this project ID like this. And not just a slug, we also need the status. So you see here, the status as well is going to be unique like this. So this is what we need to do, and remove the unique identity directly on the fields. Alright, so we can come over to our feature, and I think, yep, so the slug over here, we still have the same issue. I'm going to remove this unique and add it here, unique, and we are going to make the slug unique. Sorry, we are going to make this slug to be unique, and it needs to be unique within a project board ID. Within a project board, and you know this project board ID is what helps us with the relationship. We're going to save this, and it is not going to work out of the box. Why? Because we need to sync our database. We need to migrate our changes. And to migrate our changes, we are going to first of all generate to update our Prisma client. So npx Prisma generate, and this is going to go on and update our Prisma client. And now we are going to push our changes to the database to migrate our changes, and so the database is aware of the new constraints that we have. So npx Prisma db push like this, and we have this error because it is not npm, it is npx. All right, npx Prisma db push, and this is going to go on to update our MongoDB database. And yes, it applies the following changes, and our database is now in sync. So let's get started again by running npm run dev and come back to the application. I'm just gonna quickly reload, and let's try to create a project board with the name of to do once more. Okay, so we reload our application, and I'm gonna click on this plus and give it the name of to do. So let's see what happens now. I'm gonna click on add board, and project board created. Great. So we can reload this, and we see our project board with our to do, and I can create login screen over here and give it a description and choose my finish date and create this feature, and we see great, feature has been created. We can reload our page and we see the created feature. Great. And let's try to create another board status to in progress, and we add this board. And once the board has been added, we can refresh, and we see this, and we can move this login screen from to do to in progress, and we see it's successful. We can reload the page, and we see it still stays there. Great. So everything is working fine as it seems. Now we need to go on and work on our AI prompt page, because right now we go to a 404 page. So we are going to be working on this right the way. Alright, so let's go on and integrate the OpenAI API in our project, and come over to openai.com and do go on and create an account. So you can click on this login screen here so that we can authenticate, and choose this API section so that you can integrate API models into our business or application. So once you click here, you're going to be presented with your dashboard. All right, and you can come over to this personal here, so you can click here, and over here you can go over to manage accounts, so over this section. And it's important that you take note of the billing, okay? And the way the billing works, it obviously gives a free trial, and you can go on to know more about the pricing. So you can click on view pricing to know that this actually is going to be free for just a certain amount of time. And you see the different model languages or the language models, and you see the pricing. So it's important that you take notice of the pricing. But if you just create an account, you're going to have a free credit that you can use for a period of time to work with. So come over to personal, and now you can come over to view API keys, and you can go on to generate a new secret. Okay, so you can generate a new secret, and you're going to be needing this secret key in your application. So you can go on to generate a new secret. So once you're done, we can go on to integrating the AI model in our Next.js application. So that's what we are going to be working on next. Welcome back to our project, and let's get started with creating our chat functionality. So for that, if let's just take a quick look at our Prisma schema. You see we have this model AI chat which has an ID, it has a role, a content, a user ID, and a user. Alright, so a user ID. Just have this relationship, and then we have the chat role, which could be user or assistant. So to continue with our app project in our app API, I'm just going to create a new folder which I will call AI, and here we're going to have a route.ts. Okay, so let's install the package that we are going to need. I'm going to run the command npm install OpenAI like this. We are going to be making use of the OpenAI library. And once it's done installing, I'm just going to kill this terminal over here. Alright, so we have this installed. We need to import OpenAI, and this will be coming from OpenAI like this. Okay, so let's create two handlers. So we're going to have the post request handler and also for get request where we can fetch our chats. I think we should just do everything, at one go. So I'm going to export an async function, and this function, call it post like this, which is going to be called with the request, which is of type request, and also the response, which is of type response like this. Alright, so these are post request handler, and we can go on to get the session, so the user session, which is going to be equal to await get server session. And get server session, we know it comes from next auth, and this takes the auth options. So I'm going to pass our auth options to this coming from our libs like this. Alright, so now we have our session. We can go on to get our prompt and also the role from the request.json. So I'm going to destructure all of these coming from awaiting request.json. And here I am going to be destructuring the prompt and also the role like this. So once we have this, we can quickly have a check if there is no prompt, or if there is no role, then we are just going to return a new next response. And this next response, which is coming from next server, we are going to tell the user to please provide a prompt. Please provide a prompt like this, and we can set a status of 400. Okay, so now we should have a prompt. We can go on to discuss or to create our post or our chat with OpenAI. So we can call this chat completion, and chat completion is going to be awaiting OpenAI. So we need to create an instance of OpenAI. Okay, we're not just going to be making use of this directly. And to create the instance, I'm just going to do it on top here. So we're going to have our OpenAI like this, which is going to be a new instance of the OpenAI. And now we need to pass an API key object, as you've seen over here. So I'm going to have this object where the API key is going to be coming from our process.env dot, and then we can call it open underscore API underscore key like this. So now we can make use of this OpenAI client that we have, which is of type, see here, OpenAI. So we're going to await OpenAI, and there we have a chat method. And chat method we can call completions, and from completions we can call create. And what does create take? It takes in a body, and this body you see takes in messages and model, which are the two important things that we are going to be making use of. So I'm going to call messages, and this messages is going to be an array like this of objects. And this object can take the role, and this role is the role that comes from our front end. So this role over here, and we also need to pass the content, and this content is going to be this prompt as value. So this prompt that comes from the request body. We have messages. We can also have our model. And the model we are going to be using is GPT 3.5 Turbo. So this model over here. So now we have our chat completion. If we hover on this, you can see it's going to be of this type. So here we can create chat messages like this. So chat messages. And chat messages is going to be this array. Okay. And this array of objects where we pass the content, and content is going to be the prompt, and we are going to pass the role, and then we are going to pass this chat completion dot choices, which is going to be the message that ChatGPT is going to give us as a response, and then it's in the first index, which is the 0th index, and then we can take the message. So if you're not sure, you can log this chat completion to the console, and you're going to see, this. Now, this is going to give us the chat messages. We are going to now go on and save it in our database. We're going to await Prisma like this. Sorry, not Prisma. At least not now. We're going to await promise.all. Okay, and promise.all, we're going to pass the chat messages because we want to map and create multiple. So chat messages.map, and we're going to mark this function as async like this, which we are going to get the message as argument, and we are going to return this. And here we have our option body. So we're going to take chat, and we're going to have our const so that we can destructure this from the message. Okay, so what are we going to destructure from the message? We are going to destructure role, and we are also going to destructure content from the message like this. Remember, we are mapping through our chat messages. Okay, so we're going to destructure role and destructure content, okay, from the message. So we can now await Prisma, not print, Prisma, and then we can import our Prisma coming from our libs. So await Prisma.ai chat, which is our schema, okay, our table, and then we can call create, and create like this. We have this object where we have data, and data is going to be this object, and then we're going to pass the role. We're also going to pass the content, and most importantly, we need the user ID. So the user ID is going to be coming from our session. Right, so where do we have our session? We have our session over here. So it's going to be coming from our session like this, dot user, and then we can access the ID property, which ChatGPT doesn't know, and then we can call it, sorry, not ChatGPT. This user ID is, the session object isn't aware of it, so we can just say, a string, so that everything is okay. Now we have this, we can go on and send back a response to the front end. So here, so just after this, I'm going to return next response .json, and with the message of the chat completion, and then this object, we're going to have the status of 200, and let's have a status text of AI results like this. All right, so this is our post request handler, and let's quickly have our get request handler. So I'm going to export an async function. Okay, and this name is going to be get, and for params like this, we have our request, which is of type request, and we have our response, which is of type response like this. All right, so let's have our definition inside this function body. Okay, so let's have a session because we want to go on and get the chat that belongs to a particular user. So we are going to await our get server session, and we pass our auth options, and here we can just get our user ID. So const user ID is going to be equal to our session dot user dot ID, like this. And we still have this error, which is totally fine. Session.user is possibly undefined. We know it is not going to be undefined because we know that we are protecting this route. But we can quickly say if there is no session, we can return, or if there is no session.user, like this, you can just go on to return. We know this exists, because of our middleware. So because of this line of code we have here, we know this exists, but we can just add the check. Okay, so we still have this error because it doesn't know of the underscore, because it doesn't know of the ID property, but that's totally fine because we also know that it is there. And now we have our user ID. Let's go and fetch the user. So we're going to get our user, and we're just getting the user so that we can include the AI chat property. So this is going to be equal to await Prisma dot user. We want to get the chat that belongs to a user dot find unique, and we are going to filter where the ID, not while, where ID is going to be equal to this user ID over here. And let's not forget, we also need to include our AI chat true, like this. So now this is going to return, give us our user, and then we can return a next response dot JSON, and this next response dot JSON as the body, we're going to pass the user, and we're going to pass a status of 200 and a status text of successful, like this. All right, so this is our two API request handlers. Up next, we are going to now focus on building our page so that we can be calling these requests. All right, so we are going to be working on building pages for AI, because as we saw in the application, if we try to come to AI prompt, we go to a 404 page. We are going to be fixing this page up next. So let's fix our AI page. I'm going to come over to our app, and in here, I'm going to create an AI folder. And inside this AI folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx. Okay, and we are going to have our page definition over here. Okay, and I'm going to call this page, I will just call it AI, like this, and remove this import. So if we save this, we should now see AI. Great, we see AI on the screen. So let's get started by first of all fetching all our data, so our user data. So I am going to make sure that I have access to the session object because we need to get the user email. So let's see, what do we need? If we come over to our API AI route.ts, this get request, it doesn't even need anything. Okay, you're just going to get the user, it doesn't need anything because you're just going to get the user ID from the session, the currently logged in user, and return. So in here, I'm going to get rid of that and just send our get request. So I'm going to do this in our use effect, and use effect we are going to be importing from React, like this. All right, so in our use effect, let's fetch our data. So I'm going to go on and have this const and call it fetch user messages, and this is going to be equal to this async function, not aref. This is going to be equal to this async function, and we can destructure the data which is going to be coming from Axios. So axios.get, and the endpoint is /API and then /AI, like this. And we have our data. We can have a property here that we call chat, and then we say set chat, like this. Is going to be equal to useState. And what default value are we going to give to our chat? So we are going to give it this array of objects, but we can go on and configure the type. So we know that useState is a generic type. And we say our chat is going to be this object, an array of this object actually. So we should put our array here. And where each chat is going to have a role, and we know the role is going to be of type user, or it could be of type assistant, like this. And we also know that we are going to have a content which is of type string, and we also know we have an ID which is a string, and we have a user ID which is going to be of type string. Alright, and one thing we can do, we can have this, we have our data. Let's log it to the console to be sure. And once we have our data as well, we are going to set our chat, which is going to be our data.ai chat, like this. Alright, because if we come over to our route, let's see, so we are including AI chat, like this. We know that our data is going to be our user, and from there we can get the AI chat property. Okay, and that is what we are destructuring from here. Okay, we log our data, so we are going to also see this in action. Now we need to call our fetch user data, or fetch user messages here. Okay, so that's about it. I'm going to save. I'm going to save this, and if we, so we should make use of the use client directive because we are using states here. I'm going to make use of the use client directive over here and save this. And I'm just going to reload the application. We have an error. So let's see our browser. And if we get this up, let's see, we have an error because, so OpenAI key environment variable is missing. We forgot to add our OpenAI key environment variable. So I'm going to come over here, and over here in our env, I'm just going to add this. Okay, so OpenAI key, and I'm going to paste my own OpenAI key. So I'm just going to paste this here and save. All right, and if we make changes to our environment variable, it's always nice to just restart your terminal. And now let's come back to our application. So let's come back to the browser, and I'm just going to reload and also open the console. Okay, so in case we see any error messages, but remember if we come back to the application, in our page, we are logging the data to the console. All right, so let's see if we see anything. So we see our data, and this is our data.ai chat. Okay, so our data.ai chat over here, it's what we are storing in state. So everything is working fine at this point. Up next, we are going to make sure that we can also prompt the user. So before we do that, up next, we are going to make sure that we can prompt. And for this, let's lay out our page. So rather than just show AI, quickly, I'm going to have this form. This form is going to have a class name. We want it to be sticky at the top. I'm going to give it a class name of sticky and also top 0. And for now, I'm not going to be making use of a div. Okay. And in here on submit, so on submit, and on submit, for now, I'll just keep this function in here. And inside this form, what are we going to have? We're going to have our input, and we're going to import the input from our component, and this input is going to be of type text. It's also going to have a label, and we can just say prompt AI. We're going to give it a name, and the name is going to be prompt. And what else? We're going to give it an unchange, and unchange, just going to for now have this function. We're going to come back to this, and we have a placeholder, and this placeholder I'm going to be like type your prompt. Okay, and then we can have a value, and this value for now leave an empty string and make this required. Okay, and make it disabled if we are sending, the form. All right, so this is what we have, and I think that's about it for now. And we can go on to save this, and let's have a quick preview. Yes, we have this preview that tells the user type your prompt, and it is currently disabled. Okay, so let's continue working on our AI prompt next, and make sure that we provide these appropriate values for our unchange and our value key here, and also disabled. And before we do that, so before we provide all of these, I'm just going to have another component that's going to be for our chat message. So we're going to be working on that next. All right, let's work on our chat. Let's work on our chat component. So here in components, I'm going to have another component for our chat message, and in here our chat message.tsx file. Okay, and what are we going to have in our chat message? This is going to be a functional component, and here we can have the type. Okay, so let's have this type we call the props, and we are going to receive the text. That's the text to display in the chat, which is going to be of type string. Let's not forget to have our equals to sign. And after the text, we are also going to have a role, and we know the role is going to be of type user, or it could be of type assistant. And then we are going to need the user image. Okay, so user image like this, which is going to be of type string. All right, so now we have these props. We're going to pass it over here and receive the props as an argument from here. And here we can go on and destructure this from our props. So I'm going to destructure the role, also the text, and the user image. So I'm going to get rid of this, and we would have a condition. So we can first of all check if the role is equal to user, but I would have a fragment here. So we can check if role is equal to user like this. If that is true, we are going to return this div. So if that is true, we are going to return a div like this. And this div, let's quickly style it. I'm going to give this div a class name of bgwhite b4 rounded lg flex, give it a gap of 4, items center, white space, no wrap. Okay, sorry, not no wrap, pre-wrap. Okay, where is it? Or white space pre-wrap like this. And inside this div, we are just going to display the user image as well as a paragraph text. So we're going to have this image, which is going to take a width of 8 and also a height of 8 like this. And for this source, the source is going to be the user image, and for the alt is going to be we you can just say user like this. We're having this squiggly line because it wants us to make use of next image, but I think we're just going to go with the default image, and then a paragraph here where I'm going to render the text. Okay, and inside this paragraph we're going to have a class name of text gray 700 like this. So this if the role is equal to user. So we're going to check down here if role is equal to assistant. So if that is true, we want to go on and display this div. Okay, and this div is going to have a background. So this has a bg white. So in here we're going to have a different background of bg gray 100. We're going to have a margin bottom of 6, also paragraph of 4, rounded LG, flex, gap 4, item center, white space pre-wrap like this. And then in our div we can have the robot image. So fa robots coming from react icons /fa, and we can give this a class name, and the class name can be, let's say, text 10 rem. Okay, and beneath we have a paragraph, and this paragraph text gray 700 like this, and this paragraph is just going to contain the text as well. So we're going to, from the role, is going to know which text to display. So we have our chat message. Now we are going to make use of this component inside of our chat page. So in here, just below our form, so after our form, we are going to display the chat messages. So I'm going to have this div with a margin top of 10 like this, and inside this div we can map through our chat. So chat.map, which is going to give us its chat message, and we are going to return, I'm just going to call it chat msg so it doesn't clash with our chat message, and I'm going to return our chat message component that we just defined. Okay, and this chat message, let's give it the key, and the key is going to be the chat message.id. We also need to pass the role, and the role is going to be chat message chat msg. Where is it? Chat message, not like this. Yep, chat message dot role, and we also need the text, and the text is going to be equal to chat message dot content, and lastly we need the user image. And this user image, let's see, I'm just going to hold on a second so that we console.log our, where is it, AI chat. So let's log our data, console.log data. I'm just going to log our data and come back here, open up the terminal, and here we have image. So this is the user image, but is, we're just updating this AI chat. So I'm gonna save this image property differently in state. So it's going to be our data.image, and here I'm just going to have another state which we call user image, and here set user image, which is going to be equal to use state, and by default going to be an empty string. So here we can set user image to data.image like this, and we can now safely pass our user image to our chat message component over here. So if we save this, we obviously shouldn't be seeing anything here because we don't have any chat messages. we are going to be creating one up next. Alright, welcome back. Let's pass the appropriate configuration. So for on submit, let's have a constant that we'll call handle submit like this. And I'm just going to copy this and define this function over here. So handle submit is going to be equal to an async function that is going to be called with the event, which is of type form event, and this is going to be HTML form element like this, and we have our function definition. So I'm going to call event.prevent default, and after this we can have a loading state. So here const, I'm going to call this loading or is loading, and set is loading, which is going to be equal to use state, and by default we are not loading, so I'm going to have this false sign. And here I'm just going to set is loading to true. Okay, so once we have this, we can have our try catch block, and in case of any errors, I'm just going to console.log the error like this, and also I'm going to toast the error. So toast.error, and the message is just going to be something went wrong like this. Okay, and in our try block, let's go on to try to send the message. So I'm going to await axios.post, and the URL we know is /API/AI, so it's going to be this endpoint. So if we come over to API route, so here, that's why we have this post request, and we need to pass the prompt and also the role. Okay, so here /API/AI, and let me import toast from React hot toast like this. We need to pass our data, which is going to be our prompt data. So do we have anything? Our data? No, we don't have our data. All right, so let's have a state here. We're going to have a state, and this state we can call it prompt data, and here we are going to set prompt data like this. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default we'll get to that, but for TypeScript, our backend needs the prompt, which is going to be of type string, and it also needs the role, which is going to be of type user or going to be of type assistant like this. So in here we are going to have this object where the prompt is going to be an empty string, and where the role is by default going to be user like this. So we're going to send this prompt data over here as our data. So prompt data like this. All right, so we have this. Let's work on our function. So here we have disabled. We are going to disable this input if is loading is true. All right, so we need our value and we need our onChange. So for value is now going to be pointing to our prompt data dot prompt like this. So that's what we're going to have in the value. And onChange, we can just make this inline. We can just have this inline where we get the event, and we're just going to set our prompt data like this, where we spread all the prompt data that we have. And then for our prompt, we are going to update it to our event.target.value like this. So this is what we need to do. I actually think this is all of it, but we are going to see once we try this out. So we handle our submit and we get our prompt data. Okay, so let's give this a shot. And once we get our data, over here, this function, this data is going to change because now the user is going to have, AI chat. So we are creating this AI chat. If we quickly come over to our AI, not here in our API. So if we quickly come over here, you see here we take the prompt and the role, we create these chat messages, and we create it to this user ID. So once it's successful, and we refresh, we should see our prompts over there. All right, so I'm going to just, reload the application and type our prompt. I'm just going to ask AI, so what is JavaScript? And I'm going to send. We are not seeing any loader. We are going to be working on that next. And we don't for now get any hints. It is successful. I'm just going to wait for a second and actually open the network tab. Let's see. We don't have any pending or outgoing network. Okay. So I'm quickly just going to reload. So I'm just going to reload this. And if we reload, yeah. So we see it was actually successful, but we did not get any hint that it was successful. Neither did we show any loading spinner. So to fix that, we can come over to components, and I'm just going to create an animated spinner, and here an animated spinner.tsx, and I'm going to paste this spinner over here, this SVG. If you don't have access to this SVG, you can just use loading ... or anything. So this is just a spinner, and here, where is it? So just below our input, I'm just gonna check if it's loading is true. If that's the case, then I'm gonna return our animated spinner like this, and I'll go on to save this. Okay, so we can prompt again AI and also ask what is Java, and go on to execute. We see our animated spinner because currently it's loading, and we are not stopping our loading state. So it's just going to keep on spinning even when it's done. And to stop this and also clear the input, I'm quickly going to come over here, not our chat message, our page, and here I have our finally block. And finally, I'm going to set is loading to false, and also reset our form. So set prompt data, and prompt data is going to be I'm going to set the prompt to an empty string and set the role back to user like this, and save this now, and you can see what is Java here on the screen. So I'm quickly just going to reload this and refresh our messages. So lastly, I can just ask again what is C# and send this. So now we see our loading, and once it's done loading, we should have this stop loading, and we should also have the form being cleared. So I'm just gonna give this a second, and now we see our form is cleared, and we just have to quickly reload, and we see over here that we see our response and we see our question. So we have successfully integrated this AI chat in our application, and we have our dashboard. This can just give us some project ideas. We can create a project, and this is the end of our application. You can obviously improve more on this application. There's a whole lot that needs to be improved, but you get the basic idea in terms of working with AI, and also in terms of creating Prisma schemas and connecting Prisma with your database, MongoDB database, and all of that. Deploying our application, first we'll need to initialize Git. So I'm going to run the command git init, and this is going to initialize Git in our project. And after that, we are going to configure our git user email. So git config user.email, and I'm going to provide my email address. In your case, you can go on and provide your email address. And then I'm going to configure my username. So git config user.name, and then I'm going to put my username. All right, so up next, if we come over to our project and let's reload, you see our env is not grayed out. So I am just going to add this env here, so .env, so that our environment variable is not pushed to GitHub. So once you have env and you go on to save, you now see that env is grayed out. That means when we push, Git is not going to be tracking that env file. So we can come over to our GitHub repo, and here I'm just going to click on the repository tab, and we want to go on and create a new repo that we are going to push our source code to. We have to give this a name. I'm going to give this a name of project manager. I'm going to leave it as public, and then I'm going to create. All right, so I'm going to give it a white. And once it's created, this is going to be our remote URL. Okay, you can see the commands over here. So let's come back to our project. And before we push, I'm just going to add everything to staging using git add dot and then git commit /m. I'm going to give this a commit message of final build. And next I am going to go on and add, so git remote add origin, and then I paste the URL. And now it's had added, so I can push, so git push origin master and execute. So it asks me to provide my password. I am just going to provide my password and then come over to GitHub, and I am just going to reload this page. And we see our changes, our source code have been pushed to GitHub. Up next, let's go over to Vercel. So I just googled Vercel, and you can authenticate yourself. And once you're authenticated, if you don't have any project, you might not see this. I have a couple of projects that I have deployed with Vercel, and I'm just going to add a new project by clicking on the drop down there, and it needs me to import the project from GitHub. Okay, so I'm going to search over here, and if you come back to GitHub, you see I'm going to search project manager, which is the GitHub repo name. So in here, I'm going to type project manager, which isn't going to be available. So I'll click on configure GitHub app. I'm going to choose my username over here and provide my password. And then I'm going to confirm. Okay, so I will just scroll further down to where we have repository access. And over here, I am just going to go on and click on select repository. And here I'm going to type the name, which is project manager, like this. And then I'm going to choose it from this list here. And once you choose, I'm going to scroll down and click on save. Okay, so now Vercel is going to be aware of our project manager application, and I'll click on import. All right, so that's the project name. I am going to leave everything as default, but I need to add env variables. So I'm going to come to env, I'll copy the database URL, and I'm going to paste this in here. And for the value, I'm also going to paste the value and copy and paste the value in here, and come back to the IDE. And next, I'm going to copy next auth and paste it in there. And for the value, I'll type secret. This obviously can be a much more secure name for you. And for the GitHub ID, I'll copy it, paste it in here. And for the value, I would also copy and paste the value in here. Click on add. And what do we have next? GitHub secret. I'm going to copy the GitHub secret. And for value, I would also copy the value, click on add. And lastly, we have our OpenAI API key and the value. So I'm going to now copy the value and paste it in here. So I'll click on add. And next, I'm just going to click on deploy. Okay, so the Vercel CLI would go on and deploy our changes. It's first going to build our code base and then goes on to deploy over to the Vercel servers. Alright, you can obviously monitor this. If you click on this building drop down, you would see that it goes on to clone, and once it's done cloning our repo, it goes on to install the dependencies and the packages, and then it runs next build. We have an error there. You can ignore this error, it is not from our source code, and we have an error. This one actually is from our source code, and we had this issue throughout while we're building our application, and this is coming from our API AI route, and now we see our build exited, so our project was unable to build. Okay, so Vercel CLI was unable to go on and build our project. So let's fix this error, which is coming from our session object. And to fix this error, back to the IDE. Over here in the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder, which I'll call types. And we are going to create a declaration type for Next.Auth. Alright, so I'm going to call this file Next.Auth.types, and then .d for declaration, and then for ts for TypeScript. And here we just want to configure, we want to add an extra property to the default session object that comes from Next.Auth. So I'm going to be importing something from Next.Auth, and that is going to be the session object. Sorry, and like this, default session. Okay, so let's all go on and declare so we're going to go on and declare a new module. So I'm going to declare a module Next.Auth, and like this, which is going to be this object, and then we have this interface here, and this interface is going to be the session interface from the Next.Auth module. Okay, and we are going to get user, which is going to be default session, and there we can have the user property. So we're going to get access to user property, and we are going to go on and add. Okay, so we're going to use this and then we want to go on and add ID, and ID is going to be of type string. And then I'll go on to save this file. So let's see, come over to our app, and if we come over to our AI and our page.tsx, let's see if we still have this error. You see now that the error is gone because now we have been able to extend the module Next.Auth and inject or add our own ID to the user object. We have made a change. We need to build our application. So git add.git commit -m, and I'm going to add a commit message of, let's say, fix deployment issues like this, or fix deployment bug. Alright, then I'm going to push origin master. I'm going to push our changes back to GitHub. And once we push back to GitHub, I need to provide my password. So I'm just quickly going to correctly type in my password. Click on apply. Now we have pushed our code. Vercel is automatically synced with our master branch. So I am just going to see it doesn't build. So I will just go on and reload the page. Okay, and we need to give it a project name, and for the environment variables, I will be doing this off screen, so I have gone on to add the environment variables and have clicked on deploy. Alright, so let's see if our application successfully deploys this time around. So I'm just going to bring down the drop down. It has cloned to get the recent changes from our GitHub, and then it's running Vercel build, and Vercel build is going to go on and install our dependencies. So it's successfully, our dependencies have been installed. And next it is going to run npm run build, and you see that it is now building our application, and hopefully everything is going to work as planned. We have an error, and this error doesn't have anything to do with our source code. Hence the Vercel CLI continues building our project. Alright, we have a warning. You can totally ignore warnings. And you see we have an issue here. So we have another issue. an issue with Prisma. So Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel with caches dependencies. This lists on outdated Prisma clients. And we have this as the error message. Okay, so we need to tell, it gives us the link so on how to fix this. So I'm just going to copy this link and let's visit this link in the URL browser, and I'm going to paste it here. So it gives us a workaround, and here we have the solution. So one solution is to add this to our script. So post install, and then we say Prisma generate. Okay, so that's one solution. And if we come over to our package.json, and in our script section, we can go on to add the post install Prisma generate. And that is one way of doing this, okay? But if we come back to the documentation, you see we have another way of doing this, which is going to make use of Vercel UI build script field. Okay, so you can add this build, which is going to run Prisma generate and the actual build command. But I'd like to make use of this approach instead. So in Vercel, we are going to configure the build command. Okay, and this way it is going to run on every deployment. Okay, it's going to run on every deployment and add the command to the build settings. So npx prisma generate and then next build. So this command over here. So let's add it to our build command, and so what happens is we are just going to go on and we are just going to reload our application. So I'm just going to reload the build, and I'm going to change the name. I'm going to remove this from the project name, and then for the build and output settings, we are going to override it. So I'm going to check this toggle. And what is the command again? npx prisma generate and next build. So npx prisma generate and also next build, like this. And we can go on to add environment variables. I would also be doing this off screen. And next I can click on deploy. So we have an error because the project manager name already exists. So I'm just going to give this project manager not edit. I'm going to go with new, like this. And then I will click on deploy. So now I promise this time around our deployment should be successful. The Vercel CLI is now starting up and the build has been started. You see our clone, so the Vercel CLI has successfully cloned from our GitHub, and cloning completed. It is running Vercel build and it is installing the dependencies, and over here you see that it is running npx prisma generate and next build. So it was unable to run that command before, and that was why we were having that issue. So now everything seems to be going on well. We still have this error. It is not coming from our source code. You can totally ignore the image errors, the warning, and you see our application has been built successfully. Okay, everything seems to be going on fine, and we're also deploying outputs. All right, so the build has been completed, which is good news. And now the build has been completed. You see over here we have our deployment summary, and yes, so congratulations, we have successfully deployed our project. Now to see our project work in action, I am just going to continue to my dashboard, and here in my dashboard I am going to see the URL, so the domain. I will click on the domain and we need to authenticate. I will click on sign in, and once I click on sign in, our error crashes because we have not updated GitHub. So we need to update GitHub. You see, we try to visit localhost 3000, which is no longer possible as we are in production. So we need to go back to GitHub and configure our application. So over in GitHub, come over to your settings, and in the settings, kindly come over to your, where is it? I'll scroll further down where we have application, not application, developer settings. And in developer settings, come over to OAuth apps, and here we see our application. I'm going to click on this, and if you scroll further down, you would see where we have the homepage URL. So I'm going to come back to our deployed application. So here, I'm just going to go back and copy the deployed URL and paste it as our homepage URL. Okay, and then for authorization callback, the same thing. I'm going to paste in the same URL and click on update application. So now our GitHub application has been successfully configured. Okay, I'll just click on update application once more to be sure. Okay, so now let's come back to our deployed application, and then I'll just go back to the home page. Okay, so I'll just clear all of these and go back to the home page. Okay, so let me remove this. So I'm just going to cut the homepage URL and then paste it in here and execute. So now we are told to authenticate. If we click on sign in, it should be successful this time around. And you see we are automatically authenticated to our deployed project, which is good news. All right, we can click on this drop down, we can sign out, and then we have been forced to authenticate, and we can go on to sign in. We can do everything we did previously, create the project. I'm just going to give this project a name of, let's say, full stack, and for description I'm just going to write description. Click on create. It is successful. We don't see our status text for some weird reason, but it's successful. I'll click on this to go to the page, and now we can also add a project board. Add a project board of to do. Go on and reload the application, and then we can add features. So I'm going to click on this, add a feature name. I'll just give this a feature of home page, add a description, and then for finish date I will just choose on the 9th. Click on create feature and reload our application, and then we see our created feature. I'm going to create another project board. I will just call this in progress. Click on add board, and once it's been added, reload the application so we see our changes, which is great. Okay, so we see our progress. We can also go on to add a feature to this project board. I'll just give this a name of login screen, and still give it a description and give it a finish date of, let's say, 10. Create this feature. Great, it's been successful. So application is working as expected. I'll just drag this into to do and often swap the orders. Everything is working fine. If we go back to our AI prompt, we see our prompt with AI. We can write a new prompt. We can go on to ask AI what is Python, or what is Python, and let's see. Just going to wait for it, and once it's done, you see we don't see our results. We just reload our website, and if we scroll further down, we see what is Python, which is great. And our authentication, you see we are redirected back to our home page. So this is our application, and everything seems to be working as expected.